Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles. Chapter 2648. The deity king of hell was stunned for a good while before he said, "Princess, since you've taken such good care of me, I can naturally help you with this matter. As for the order treasure, we can talk about it in the future. I believe this is just a small matter to you." He was indeed tempted. It was just killing a woman who wasn't a divine spirit. Although she was always by Long Chen's side, this wasn't difficult for the deity king of hell. He could do it without anyone noticing. Biyao was very satisfied. She sighed in relief and said, "Deity king, I'll leave everything to you. I'll wait for your good news. If you succeed, I'll definitely keep my promise and give you what you deserve. Then I'll go there today and find a chance to do it. I must make sure that Long Chen doesn't notice that I did it. I can't drag you into this, and I can't let him suspect us, right?" The deity king of hell confirmed again. His heart was already burning with passion. Biyao coldly replied, "Yes." She also couldn't wait for Lingxi to die. "If that's the case, it might take a few days. Just wait for my good news." The deity king of hell coldly smiled. "Also, you definitely can't let my father know about this," Biyao emphasized. The deity king of hell thought for a moment and immediately understood. "Princess, I understand." Thinking of this, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment and said, "Princess, there's something I don't know if I should say." "Speak." "Then I'll be so bold as to ask. Princess, you want to kill Long Chen's woman, and a pregnant one at that. Is it because you've fallen in love with Long Chen?" This was the only reason the deity king of hell could think of. In the curse realm, Long Chen saved Biyao twice, making her rely on Long Chen. A few days ago, Biyao even spent some time with Long Chen alone. The deity king of hell didn't doubt Long Chen's charm. To him, this kid was a miracle. Just defeating the Era demon was already an incredible feat. He even saved the gods from the curse realm. In his opinion, Biyao was inexperienced and it was normal for her to fall in love with a man she had never met before. Hearing this, Biyao had already expected it. She recalled what her mother had told her. From today onwards, she would be a person who loved Long Chen deeply. Thus, she nodded and said, "That's right, I like him. In order to obtain him, I must first kill those around him. My woman, do you understand now? Do you have any objections?" The deity king of hell didn't expect her to answer so decisively. He couldn't help but say, "Princess, although these are private matters and I can't interfere, I still have to remind you that you are the daughter of Di Jun, the daughter of the divine emperor. Your status is so high that it's rare in the myriad worlds. He is just a native of this dragon. He isn't worthy enough for you. Although you don't care, emperor's daughter, I don't know." He didn't dare to be too firm with his words. Biyao said, "That's my business. It has nothing to do with you. As for Long Chen, I believe he will have great achievements in the future. It's normal for him to surpass you. Just wait and see. I'll convince my father. But the first step is to kill Lingxi. Don't talk nonsense. Do it." The deity king of hell thought about it. Other problems weren't within his consideration. For the sake of the order treasure, he would naturally choose to act as soon as possible. After leaving, he muttered to himself, "What kind of dog's hit luck does Long Chen have to be able to obtain the princess's love? Although I've lost a woman, I've gained a bright future. It's really enviable." With that, he disappeared from the deity king of hell city. After he left, Biyao heaved a deep sigh of relief. This was just the beginning, but it also meant that she had made her choice. From today onwards, she was going to embark on this path. Biyao followed the deity king of hell to the massacre dragon city where Long Chen was. Of course, she stayed a distance away from the massacre dragon city so that Long Chen wouldn't discover her. At this time, the deity king of hell had already infiltrated the massacre dragon city. "Child, everything has a beginning. You must always remember that this is the most important thing in your life. You must do it without regrets. Your performance today is already quite good. Yes, I hope this is a perfect beginning. As long as Lingxi was killed, Long Chen would suffer the pain of losing his wife and son. His spirit would weaken. At that time, as long as she stayed by Long Chen's side day and night, it would also be an opportunity. Long Chen had no idea that the most terrifying deity king of hell in this dragon sacrificial continent was currently lying in wait around him, monitoring him at all times. He was cultivating in secret, while Lingxi was peacefully raising her child in his divine kingdom. The deity king of hell had already stayed in the dark for a day. He frowned and said, "He is always keeping his woman in his divine kingdom. In this case, if I forcefully make a move, he might discover my identity. The risk is rather high." Thinking of this, he could only continue to wait. After 3 or 4 days, Long Chen was still cultivating. He had no intention of letting Lingxi out. No one in the massacre dragon city came to disturb them. Biyao was already anxious. She summoned the deity king of hell back. "Why haven't we succeeded yet?" Biyao said somewhat agitatedly. She couldn't wait any longer. The deity king of hell shook his head and said, "Lingxi is always in his divine kingdom. The risk of making a move like this is rather high. We can only wait for a period of time. He will definitely let her out once or twice." Although there wasn't much time, being anxious was useless. Biyao held back her impatience and said, "Go and stand guard. Tear that woman into pieces." The deity king of hell nodded and left. From Biyao's anxious expression, it seemed that she had already fallen in love. The deity king of hell was a bit curious. Just what kind of terrifying charm did Long Chen have to make the divine emperor's daughter so anxious? She even wanted to use an orbital grade treasure to exchange with him. The deity king of hell nodded and left. He stayed by Long Chen's side and continued to wait. Day after day passed. What made him speechless was that although Long Chen would sometimes stop cultivating, he would never let Lingxi leave his divine kingdom. It could be seen just how protective he was of his wife and child. In reality, he didn't know. This was what Lingxi had requested. She liked to stay in her divine kingdom, the world and home that Long Chen had designed for her. She was very comfortable in the world and home he had designed for her. She quietly accompanied Long Chen in his cultivation. This dormancy lasted for more than 20 days. Biyao finally couldn't take it anymore. She summoned the deity king of hell back and scolded him. "What kind of deity king are you? You swore that you could settle it in a while. It's been more than 20 days, and there's no news at all. Don't give me excuses. I want results. Can't you think of something?" The deity king of hell had a headache. This wasn't as easy as he had imagined. He thought about it and said, "Why don't you do what you did last time and let him meet you alone?" Biyao thought about it and shook her head. "No, this is too far-fetched. He won't agree. Also, it's too obvious. If something happens to his woman during this time, he will definitely suspect me." The deity king of hell saw that Biyao had a bad temper again. Maybe the orbital grade treasure would fly away. He racked his brains and finally came up with a solution. He said, "I remember now. The Radiant God King has something called the Dust of Desire fragrance. It's a primordial immortal essence on the level of creation. The fragrance it gives off is enough to make gods fall asleep. If there's enough of it, even final divine monarchs won't be able to stop it. Even a deity king will be affected. The effects of this primordial chaos immortal essence are great. It's famous in the myriad worlds. Not many people know that the Radiant Deity King has it. I'm the only one on the dragon sacrificial continent who knows. If I use the incense of desire on Long Chen, I can make him fall into a temporary coma. Then, I'll forcefully open his divine kingdom and kill that woman." Hearing this, Biyao's eyes burned with passion. She said, "All right, don't explain to me. I only want results. Go and borrow that thing from the Radiant Deity King now." The Deity King of Hell still had a headache. The radiant deity king wasn't on the same side as him. They even had quite a few conflicts. This time, he would obviously be rebuffed. However, for the sake of an orderal-grade treasure, he had worked hard for a month. Of course, he didn't care about this. Some face. He left the Slaughter Dragon City and sped towards the Radiant's Divine City. It didn't take long for a white-haired old man to suddenly appear before him before he even arrived at the Radiant's Divine City. The old man said, "Hell, what are you doing here instead of doing proper business?" The deity king of Hell snickered, "Don't mention that to me. Have you found anything after so many days? Since we haven't found anything, there's no point in blaming each other. Either way, we haven't forgotten our mission. However, this thing is so well hidden. It's too difficult to find." The radiant deity king said, "Did you find anything in the cursed world last time?" The deity king of Hell shook his head, "Like hell. I was almost killed by the protector of the cursed world. Once the God King descends, he'll definitely destroy the cursed world and see what secrets it holds." The radiant deity king didn't say much. Instead, he stared at the deity king of Hell and said, "You still haven't told me why you've come to find me today." The deity king of Hell felt rather embarrassed inside, but he threw caution to the wind. He said, "I won't hide it from you. I want to borrow something from you, the dust fragrance of desire. After I borrow it, I can return it to you a day later. Of course, that's on the premise that it's in good condition. You can come to me if you lose anything." Annoying, although I'm afraid of trouble the most. The radiant deity king's expression did not change. He said, "That's very surprising. I really want to know what you want to do with my dust fragrance of desire." The deity king of Hell snickered, "Don't worry. It's nothing major. It's just a small problem that Princess Biyao has created that needs this. Just treat it as a good deed and deal with this small problem for me." Chapter 2649. What are you going to name her when she's born? As the child began to grow, Lingxi became very quiet and comfortable. Long Chen provided her with the most peaceful environment. No matter how dangerous he was outside, Lingxi was always unscathed. He had always kept his promise, which was to never leave her side again. This was a man's promise. Even though the opponents he faced were stronger and stronger, even as strong as the Era Demon and the gods, he could deal with them all, giving Lingxi the best company. Long Chen had thought about this before. In fact, he had some ideas. He said, "I'm good at naming small animals. I just add the word little in front of it, like kitten, puppy, piglet, and so on. But our child definitely can't be called little person. So I thought about it. Dragon is my surname, and it's also my belief. Since it's a girl, I naturally hope that she can have a perfect appearance like you. As for her temper, since she's my daughter, she can't be too weak. She has to be generous and sensible. What do you think of the dragon face?" Long Yen is furious. Maybe his temper will be as bad as Di Yao's in the future. "Are you sure?" Lingxi said with a slight smile. Her gentleness was Long Chen's most beautiful harbor. Long Chen was startled. He shook his head and said, "This is a problem of discipline. My daughter definitely won't be like this. Choosing a name also depends on fate. Today, my idea is very passionate. Let's set it this way. Dragon face sounds very imposing, very domineering, and has the feeling of a heroine. Just thinking about it makes me excited." The two couldn't help but laugh. This was the sweetness of deep love. To them, everything was beautiful now. Who knew that danger would come at this time? In the future, if this child finds out that the name that accompanied her for life was so casually given by her father, she will definitely be very angry with you. Lingxi looked at the beautiful world in the divine kingdom, and her eyes shone with happiness. Everything seemed to be peaceful now, and she was quietly waiting for the birth of her first child. Long Chen began to train as well. However, at that moment, he felt something strange and even dangerous. He opened his eyes and realized that he was no longer in the Crimson Dragon Palace. Instead, he was in a snow-white fog. It was as if he had been brought to another world. He immediately stood up and was about to summon his spirit sword and plain sword when the snow-white mist surged over and surrounded him. What left a deep impression was that this was almost the most fragrant smell that Long Chen had ever smelled in his life. It was so fragrant that it couldn't be described with words. It instantly poured into his body, and like poison, it spread throughout his body at a terrifying speed, not letting go of even the smallest part. One had to know that Long Chen's body was as vast as the starry sky. There were billions of divine palaces in it, and every divine palace was inhabited by living beings. It was vast and boundless. However, the snow-white fragrance had completely occupied his entire place in a short period of time. Even his primordial spirit was infected by this fragrance. Long Chen already felt a terrifying sense of danger from being able to approach him without making a sound. At that moment, he didn't even have time to think about who would want to deal with him at this time. He didn't even have time to make a sound or summon Mo Xiaolang. This formless danger had already invaded his body. Not good. When the fragrance took over his body, his consciousness began to blur. Long Chen had once been hit by the sleeping rules of Saki, a demon of hell. What he was suffering now was very similar to that time. However, the difference was that back then, he was suffering from the attacks of rules, while this time, he was suffering from primordial chaos celestial spirits. Their effects were the same. They were both to make Long Chen sleep and forget about him. He only thought that someone wanted to deal with him. He would never have thought that it would be Lingxi. Chen, what's wrong? Lingxi suddenly sensed something. The ill omen made her pale, and she suddenly looked back. However, she did not receive a reply from Long Chen. The dust of desire was renowned throughout the world. At the very least, those who possessed the dust of desire would not need to fear enemies below God King. As long as they used the dust of desire to protect themselves at all times, they would not be killed at the very least. Of course, assassination was excluded. With the God King of Hell's abilities, it was basically foolproof to approach Long Chen silently and use the dust of desire. Before long, the dust of desire knocked out Long Chen, causing him to fall into a slumber. As long as the effects of the dust of desire remained, it would be very difficult for Long Chen to wake up. He sure is tough. He actually used up half of it. That's more than twice as much as I imagined. How am I going to explain this to the Light God King tomorrow? That's going to be a problem. However, for the sake of an orderly treasure, I'm going all out. The God King of Hell appeared in front of Long Chen. Looking at the unconscious young man, he was very relieved. The first step was to tear apart Long Chen's divine kingdom. As the mighty God King of Hell, he could still do that when the other was unconscious. Chen. She did not receive a reply from Long Chen, and his divine kingdom was also shaking. This made Lingxi rather nervous. Just what had happened? She used the 3 lifetimes love thread to connect with Long Chen in an attempt to awaken Long Chen by sharing his burden. However, she did not expect the dust of desire to spread through the 3 lifetimes love thread like poison, causing Lingxi to be greatly affected as well. Her expression changed. This is a fragrance that can make people fall into a deep sleep. Even Long Chen was knocked unconscious by the dust of desire. She had no way of breaking it. At that moment, the divine kingdom actually opened. This was clearly forced by the enemy. Lingxi quickly realized that the enemy's target was actually her. This was because she was the only living person in Long Chen's divine kingdom. She saw a black shadow. His murderous intent was locked onto her. Who is it? Before Lingxi could say a single word, a black beam of light shot out from the divine kingdom's opening and pierced her forehead. This was a God King level divine spirit attacking a mortal. The result was obvious. In the eyes of the God King of Hell, Lingxi instantly fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. Even the fetus in her womb stopped beating. It's already dead. After completing the mission, he heaved a sigh of relief. He closed the divine kingdom and swaggered off. The entire process was clean and neat. There were no accidents. Of course, he had already made sufficient preparations. With his God King level strength, there shouldn't be any accidents. In his haze, the dust of desire had already drowned his entire body. Even his primordial spirit was surrounded by this special fragrance. Long Chen fell into a world of fragrance. It was as though his lower body was surrounded by a soft and fragrant swamp. Naturally, his senses were extremely comfortable. However, he felt a strong sense of danger. The only place that wasn't contaminated by the dust of desire was his jade dragon seal. At this moment, the dust of desire surged towards the jade dragon seal, intending to contaminate it. However, at this moment, the black jade dragon seal trembled slightly and the dust of desire nearby dispersed. Long Chen's primordial spirit was freed and he instantly woke up. After waking up, he felt a fatal pain. It was as though his life was about to be extinguished. This sense of danger made him quickly use his life force. He very quickly discovered with incomparable rage that the danger of death did not originate from him. Instead, it originated from Lingxi, who was in the divine nation. She had suffered a huge injury. Long Chen felt as if he had been struck by lightning. For countless years, he had never felt such anger, as if his heart was being bitten by ants. However, he didn't forget his rationality. Fortunately, he had the 3 lifetimes love thread. The 3 lifetimes love thread connected his life and Lingxi's life together. It was Lingxi who used the 3 lifetimes love thread to entangle their hearts, thus connecting their lives together. Now that Long Chen didn't die, he bore the damage that Lingxi suffered. Clearly, Lingxi didn't die. Little she, hold on. Right now, the dust of desire was still interfering with Long Chen, making it difficult for him to clearly see Lingxi's situation. He could vaguely sense that she was distancing herself from him. To Long Chen, this was a terrifying disaster. He fell from heaven to hell. This woman was the biggest reverse scale in Long Chen's heart. She was his greatest protector. He couldn't bear to hurt even a hair on her. Therefore, at this moment, he was so angry that he couldn't control himself. If he was also a demon, he would definitely be more terrifying than primeval troll when he went crazy. Chen, I'm fine. At this moment, Lingxi's clear voice sounded. She didn't seem weak at all. In fact, her condition was very good. On the contrary, Long Chen's condition was worse. After all, the 3 lifetimes love thread had transmitted to him. Lingxi had suffered half of the damage. Did you see clearly? Who did it? This was Lingxi's second sentence. As long as she was fine, this was the greatest happiness for Long Chen. But even so, the person who did it today was still a blood feud. He would kill him for the rest of his life. No matter who he was, he had reignited the flames in Long Chen's heart that had been suppressed for a long time, turning him from a kind person to a demon of slaughter. This blow could even change Long Chen's entire person completely. He widened his eyes. In the illusion of the ascetic dust fragrance, he saw the figure of a person leaving. He was too confident. After confirming that he had killed Lingxi and that Long Chen had completely fallen into a deep slumber, he immediately left. It was precisely because he heaved a sigh of relief that Long Chen guessed his identity. In fact, ordinary divine lords definitely couldn't do it. If they released the ascetic dust fragrance, Long Chen would discover it. It wouldn't be as undetectable as this time. Only a godly monarch could do it. If Long Chen hadn't seen him swagger off with his own eyes, he could fabricate a story that a godly monarch lurked in the outside world. After all, he had no reason to do such a thing. Long Chen wouldn't have such a strong imagination to suspect him. He was the godly monarch of hell. Godly monarch of hell. Long Chen clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, he actually calmed down. He knew that Lingxi was unharmed, and that the person who did it was the godly monarch of hell. That was enough. Although the godly monarch of hell didn't kill Lingxi, the grudge had already been sown. He wasn't the godly monarch of Hell's match. If he chased after him now, he would undoubtedly be sending himself to his death. He had to endure it. But one day, he swore that he would definitely take that fellow's life. Even if he killed him in secret, Long Chen wouldn't be this angry. He was dealing with Lingxi. She was Long Chen's most precious possession. It was more important than anything else. Now that the ascetic dust fragrance was gradually dissipating, the anger in his heart wouldn't dissipate as long as the godly monarch of Hell didn't die. It wouldn't even weaken. As the ascetic dust fragrance dissipated, he gradually regained his senses. He was surprised to discover that the divine kingdom was empty. Lingxi had vanished. At that instant, Long Chen couldn't help but tear up. But thankfully, Lingxi's voice sounded immediately. Her voice was a little choked up, but she forced herself to calm down. She said, "I'm not dead, and the child is fine. Calm down first. I'll tell you what happened. Tell me, where are you?" Long Chen stood there blankly. Half of his eyes were filled with killing intent, and the other half was filled with anger. His eyes were completely bloodshot, and they were completely dyed red. "Ling," she said, "that person took advantage of the time when you were asleep to open the divine nation and kill me and my child. It was the love thread of 3 lifetimes that I connected that allowed you to bear a portion of our deaths, which allowed me to stay alive for a short period of time. My child also worked hard to survive, and then, the spiritual sword and the pure sword protected me. A space suddenly appeared around me, and it swallowed me, the spiritual sword, and the pure sword. Now I'm here, and after I arrived here, all of my injuries and the child's injuries healed in a very short period of time. It's as if they weren't injured at all. Big brother Chen, I'm fine, you must not worry." Long Chen listened to her quietly. As expected, spiritual sword and plain sword were gone. Although such a calamity had happened, fortunately, Lingxi and the child were fine. This could only be said to be too good luck. Also, since he knew who did it, he wouldn't be kept in the dark. He would definitely take revenge, no matter who it was, even if it was the godly Emperor Jun. In Long Chen's eyes, there was no enemy that he couldn't deal with. However, he still had to find out exactly what had happened to Lingxi. At this time, Lingxi said in surprise, "Chen, I know where this place is. The place I'm standing at now is called the Heaven Supreme Sword Ocean. This is the space that God Emperor Ling Su left in the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. I have Goddess Ling Su's blood and the Spirit Emperor's inheritance. This place sensed my existence and has been protecting me. When I was seriously injured and on the verge of death, it was this place that summoned spiritual sword plain sword to bring me here and heal my injuries. God Emperor Ling Su." Long Chen let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps this was fate. He originally planned to find this place for plain sword and Lingxi after he became a god. He didn't expect that when Lingxi was injured, this place would come to him instead. If it wasn't for the help of this place, even if the love thread of 3 lifetimes eased the pain, Lingxi might not have escaped this calamity. Chapter 2650. What was certain was that Long Chen had the blood of Goddess Ling Su and the Spirit Emperor's inheritance. Although he didn't know if Celestial Emperor Ling Su still existed, he definitely wouldn't harm Lingxi. Arriving at the Sky Supreme Sword Ocean, at least it meant that Lingxi was safe. Moreover, she had fully recovered without any injuries. This was all thanks to Celestial Emperor Ling Su. Moreover, spiritual sword and plain sword were protecting her. She might even be able to profit from this disaster and obtain the inheritance in the Sky Supreme Sword Ocean. Based on her understanding of the Ling Su Star Ocean and Celestial Emperor Ling Su, from the moment Lingxi's sword came into contact with Lingxi, she began to have a close connection with Celestial Emperor Ling Su. She activated the blood of Goddess Ling Su, received the Spirit Emperor's inheritance, and met with Plain Sword in the Ling Su Star Ocean. Now, both Plain Sword and Spiritual Sword were gathered. Moreover, Lingxi had completely accepted the Spirit Emperor's inheritance and reached the half-step Divine Spirit realm. Presumably, the traces left by Celestial Emperor Ling Su that Long Chen and the others were looking for had long noticed her. It was just that at this critical moment, it brought her to the place where she should go. Don't worry. The world here is very friendly to me. Everything is peaceful here. Nothing should happen to me and my child. If anything happens, I will definitely tell you in advance. Chen, don't worry about me. I won't die. After experiencing the most hair-raising life and death crisis, now that they had survived this tribulation, the two of them felt their hearts turn cold. Ling Shi was still in good condition, so she was worried that Long Chen would lose control because he was worried about her. I know in my heart that you are much stronger than I thought. Long Chen understood one thing. If he loved someone deeply and protected her under his wings, she would be safe and would not encounter any danger. However, because of this, she would also become weak and lose the ability to resist danger. Perhaps this change would allow Lingxi to escape from the greenhouse that he had created for her. Just like when they first met, she would always be of great help to him. Perhaps to her, that was her value. Lingxi was very peaceful at the side of the Sky Supreme Sea of Swords. Long Chen could even see what she was looking at. It was a similarly boundless starry sky. Lingxi was standing on a great sword that seemed to have been carved out of a meteorite, heading into the distance. Around her, there were countless great swords forged from meteorites. These great swords were comparable to stars, replacing the positions of the stars in the starry sky. Every meteorite sword was extremely ancient and mottled, filled with the marks of time. There seemed to be many complicated patterns on them. They seemed simple, but they actually contained deep laws of the heavenly Tao. Lingxi was now drifting in this endless starry sky. She wasn't someone without a temper after suddenly encountering such a murderous intent. At this moment, her voice was trembling as she asked, Chen, did you see who's going to attack me? I don't think I've offended anyone, right? Lingxi had always been under Long Chen's protection, living in harmony with everyone. It was even more impossible for her to offend such an expert. Long Chen took a deep breath and his eyes flickered with killing intent. It's the God King of Hell. Lingxi, who was standing on the ancient sword, was stunned. Her eyes were vaguely ferocious and filled with doubt. She said in disbelief, how could this be? I've never had any interactions with this God King of Hell. Why would he hide it from you and secretly kill me? Long Chen was also confused. Murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he said, we don't need to think too much about it. When the day comes when I slaughter him, we'll naturally know the result. Don't worry, I won't be impulsive. If I'm impulsive, I won't be able to kill him. For now, the reason is no longer important. Long Chen hadn't felt so much hatred in a long time. When he fought against the primeval troll, compared to the hatred he felt, the solemnity of saving the common people was greater. It was his responsibility. But now, this kind of personal hatred wasn't any weaker than it was back then. He used to think that the God King of Hell was a good elder, but now, he was a personal grudge that made Long Chen want to kill 10,000 times over. I hate him. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. When he returned from the Spirit Essence Star Ocean, he encountered the return of the deities. From the beginning, Long Chen didn't trust them, and now, he didn't trust them even more. Although I don't know the reason, I must take revenge. Not only did he almost kill me, but he also almost killed our child. If it wasn't for the 3 lifetimes emotion thread and deity Emperor Ling Su, my child and I would have left you. I can't imagine what this means to you. If it was me, I'm afraid that the world would collapse and everything would be meaningless. There would only be 2 things, revenge and death. Lingxi was a very gentle person. She had grown up by Long Chen's side. From being lively and cute, to being gentle and considerate as a wife. But at this moment, the God King of Hell's massacre had ignited the fire in her heart, igniting the killing intent that she had hidden for countless years. It was because of her child, and also because she doted on Long Chen. If she lost her child, if Long Chen suffered for all living beings, then this hatred would be huge. If they weren't lucky, the God King of Hell would have almost made Lingxi suffer the most terrible torture in the world. Even a clay figurine would have a temper. I want revenge. Chen, wait for me. I must make him regret what he did today. He almost made me lose everything. Crystal clear tears swirled in her eyes. Lingxi gently wiped away the tears, but her eyes became brighter. For the sake of her child and husband, she held the sword in her heart. Long Chen saw the change in her. He couldn't say anything. No matter what kind of lifestyle Lingxi chose, she would always be the one he loved the most. Her original heart wouldn't change. Because of love, she chose to raise her child with love. Because of love, she chose to take up a weapon. It's my fault for being too comfortable. I mistakenly thought that this was a peaceful and grand event. I didn't expect that there would be a turbulent undercurrent. It's even more terrifying than I imagined. From today onwards, I will accompany you to the end. Little Shi, no matter who wants to touch you and your daughter, I will make them pay a heavy price. This assassination had completely changed their mentality. From docile sheep, they had turned into cruel, hungry wolves. From today onwards, Long Chen had once again become a person who carried hatred. This hatred was boundless. Regardless of whether the God King of Hell succeeded or not, at least he had already done this, so he would have to pay a heavy price. Chen, promise me one thing. Lingxi bit her pink lips and said seriously. Say it. When I come back, I want to fight side by side with you, just like how we used to be. I don't want to be a burden to you. I want to face everything together with you, such as revenge. I'm a mother now, I can't be the same as before. I have the two most important people in my life now. I have to work hard. I don't want to be a woman who can't even protect her child and husband. I don't want to lose you too. Both of you are more important than my own life. I don't want her to be killed before she can see the world, and I don't want you to suffer for the rest of your life because of me. So, I have to work harder, and work harder. Long Chen was shocked. All along, he had been neglecting Ling Shi's thoughts. He had always felt that it would be fine for her to just obediently stay in the greenhouse he had created for her. She would have to face all her sufferings by herself, and this was extremely unfair to her. He had not sufficiently respected her thoughts. Although she was so important to him, wasn't it the same for him as well? She was afraid that she would suffer for the rest of her life, and after this lesson, she would most likely not let herself slack off ever again. Only by breaking free from the cage could she go further and not need his protection. His love was the cage that trapped her. Long Chen understood. He nodded heavily and said, from today on, we will change our habits and ways. I will respect any choice you make, and I will take care of myself. When you come back, we will work together to take revenge. You have to face this rationally. After all, behind the God King of Hell, there may be other God Kings, or even God Emperors. I understand. Long Chen took a deep breath. Revenge had begun. He suddenly grinned and sneered coldly. He once thought that after defeating the Era Demon, his life's mission was over, and he could start to live a comfortable life. He didn't expect that was not the case. The gods might be a new disaster for him. He had never been afraid of fighting or fighting. He was only afraid of treating the enemy as one of his own. That would be terrible. He had learned his lesson and almost lost the most important person in his life. That was enough. When Lingxi was moving forward for her dream, it was time for Long Chen to continue acting. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Before he was sure, he wouldn't give himself away. As for the God King of Hell, he would just pretend that he had never seen him. This was the agreement between him and Lingxi. Protecting oneself well was the greatest love for one's lover. After the agreement, it was time to launch a counterattack. Long Chen cleared his throat and called Imo Xiaolang, Soi Ian, and Kitten over. They still didn't know what had happened. Hearing Long Chen's urgent shout, Imo Xiaolang and the other two quickly appeared. As soon as they saw Long Chen's red eyes full of killing intent, they were startled and asked, Big brother, what happened? Big brother, is there something wrong with your eyes? Long Chen stared at them and said, "From today onwards, you have to remember one thing. It's very important." Seeing Long Chen's solemn expression, even Kitten didn't dare to joke around. "Speak." Long Chen said word by word, "Today, just a moment ago, Lingxi was killed by a god king." The three turned pale with fright. This news was undoubtedly terrifying, but Long Chen's current situation was still good. It wasn't to the extent that Lingxi was killed. "This is for you to remember. The process is like this. When I was cultivating, he used a mysterious sleeping fragrance. It should be a primordial immortal essence. It made me fall into a deep sleep. Then, he opened my divine kingdom and killed Lingxi and my child. He is very powerful. I don't know who he is. Now, I am filled with hatred and pain." Chapter 26:51. This was something that made them remember. From Long Chen's words, and from Long Chen's current performance, it should be that Lingxi and her child did not die. Kitten couldn't take it anymore. He said anxiously, "Boss, we know all these. We just want to know how they are now. You are making me so anxious." Mo Xiaolang and Soi Ian were the same. Soi Ian couldn't bear this kind of news the most. Now, her tears had already flowed down and she was sobbing uncontrollably. Long Chen couldn't control his emotions. He was too hateful. He was speechless, but he still sighed and said, "By coincidence, before she died, she was brought by Ling Jian and Su Jian to a place called Supreme Sky Sword Ocean left by God Emperor Ling Su. Now, she has completely recovered and is fine. You can rest assured about this, but I have to take revenge. So, pretend that you don't know about this. You just need to know that she was killed. That's enough. As for the others, even the Dragon Emperor, you don't need to say anything. I will explain it to her." Damn it. Mo Xiaolang probably knew him the best. He was the first to meet Long Chen. He followed Long Chen and Lingxi through thousands of mountains and rivers. He respected Lingxi very much, but he didn't expect such a thing to happen today. Kitten was also silent. There was a faint killing intent in him. He said, "Boss, from your tone, you know who did it, right? Don't hide it from us. At least, the three of us won't be exposed. If it's too strong, we definitely can't deal with it now. So, we have to endure it. We understand. Let me think. God King level, God King of Hell." If it was an expert that he didn't know, Long Chen wouldn't be so hateful. Because he would want to know who it was the most. He obviously had a target, and he knew this target. That was why Kitten could guess it. "Yes, but you can pretend that you don't know, and I will also pretend that I don't know." Mo Xiaolang nodded and said, "Big brother, we all understand. Let's just say that big sister Lingxi was killed and you don't know who did it. If it's a godly king, with your relationship with the godly king of hell, the best thing to do now is to seek help from the godly city of hell. Follow this plan and confuse them. When the time is right, then make your move." Soi Ian and Kitten also understood. Fuck, this son of a bitch. One look and I can tell that he's not a good dog. It's really that dog. I'm so angry. Big brother, I won't show up when you guys go to the Hell God City. I'm afraid that I won't be able to control myself. Kitten cursed. In fact, Long Chen was the least worried about Kitten. Although he was eccentric, he had a sense of propriety and was never careless when it came to important matters. Mo Xiaolang was right. This matter had to continue acting. If he pretended that nothing had happened, then the godly king of hell would definitely know that Lingxi wasn't dead. Then, he wouldn't be able to achieve his desired goal. Long Chen thought for a moment and said, "Xiaolang, wait for me for a moment. I'll explain it to Aunt you first. As for the godly king of hell, he probably thinks that I haven't woken up from the bewitching incense yet. There's still some time." Soi Ian also wanted to follow. She was also a great fighting force now, and Long Chen had lost his spiritual sword. His fighting power would definitely be greatly affected. But this was only the beginning. Long Chen explained everything to Aunt Yu. Yang Yu was very calm. She said, "The gods do things in an eccentric manner. The conflict between you and them will erupt one day. Today is just the beginning. Since Lingxi is fine and has said so much to you, first, you have to respect her thoughts. Second, you have to deal with things calmly. The godly king of hell always has his reasons. He has to take revenge, but you have to understand his reasons. Because it's very possible that killing Lingxi wasn't his own idea, do you understand? In addition, you also understand what the godly king of hell represents. Behind him is the huge dragon sacrifice god system. You have to be prepared to fight against this system, especially God Emperor Jun. She was a mother, the person who most selflessly loved Long Chen. Long Chen thought it through. It was very likely that he wasn't going to kill a person, but a god system. All the returning gods, after a period of confrontation, for Long Chen, the battle had begun. He and the gods weren't on the same side. I understand, this isn't just a small murder, but a war that will inevitably take place. What happened today is just the fuse. I'm destined to not be on the same side as them. This will be a longer and more difficult battle than the primeval troll. I'm ready." After understanding this, he knew how impulsive it was to be impulsive. If Long Chen was extremely angry, he would go to the godly king of hell to question him and fight him to the death. Not only would he die, but everyone in the 5 great dragon cities would suffer with him. He wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Yang Yu saw further than he did. "I'll go first. Always remember how much she loves you and us." Yang Yu smiled and looked at her child. "Understood." Long Chen told Kitten to stay in the 5 great dragon cities, while he took Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan to the devouring dragon city and then to the hell god city. Just as Yang Yu said, this was the beginning of a war. Since it was a war, he had to be tense at all times. Now, he had to act like the person he loved the most had been killed. He had lost his wife and child, and he was the one who suffered the most. Under such circumstances, he did not hide his pain at all. From the moment he arrived at the devouring dragon city, a thick killing intent enveloped the heavens and the earth. From the devouring dragon city to the hell god city, all the gods in the western territory could feel this fatal killing intent along the way. What's going on? Isn't that Long Chen, the beloved of the godly king of hell? What's with his bitter and vengeful look? Did his mother die at home, or did a woman make him a cuckold? The gods followed behind him. They wanted to see what had happened to Long Chen, who was so angry and sorrowful. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the hell god city. A few gods had already arrived. Because of Long Chen's imposing manner, the gods of the hell god city also came out. There were also many people following behind Long Chen. Such a scene naturally alerted the godly king of hell. "Long Chen, what happened?" The godly king of hell came out of the god city, his expression calm. As soon as he came out, he ran into an aggressive, murderous, red-eyed Long Chen. The 2 youths next to him were the same. Even Sui Yan wasn't faking it. When she heard that Lingxi had been assassinated, even if she wasn't dead, she was crying uncontrollably. Facing the godly king of hell's calmness, Long Chen's heart burned with rage. However, he couldn't vent his anger on the godly king of hell. He immediately half-knelt in front of the godly king of hell and said with grief and indignation, "Godly king, please help me take revenge." The godly king of hell had expected this. He hurriedly helped Long Chen up and said with concern, "Don't be angry yet. Tell me what happened." Long Chen roughly explained what he had prepared. Hearing this, the gods were very shocked. Although they didn't like Long Chen, they couldn't deny that this was indeed very painful. Although they appeared sympathetic, whether they were happy or not was unknown. They didn't care about Long Chen's life or death. What they cared about was that other than the light godly king and the godly king of hell, there were 2 godly kings of the fiend race and other godly king-level existences. The godly king of hell frowned and said, "My condolences for now. As for revenge, are you sure that person has at least the cultivation of a godly king level?" Long Chen said angrily, "To be able to approach me silently and use that strange thing to make me fall asleep, he has to at least have the strength of a godly king level." The godly king of hell nodded and said, "Indeed." He thought carefully and said, "Other than us, at least among the gods that went out of Dragon's sacrificial continent, no other godly king has returned. Then, there are 2 possibilities. Either a godly king from another world came here, or it's the Curse Realm's guardian." Long Chen didn't expect the godly king of hell to bring up the Curse Realm's guardian. He shook his head and said, "It can't be him. If he wanted to touch Lingxi, he could have done it in the Curse Realm. I think it should be a godly king from another world. Although the 2 godly kings of the demon race aren't familiar with me, they wouldn't do such a thing." The godly king of hell nodded and said, "Indeed, those 2 godly kings are very friendly and are our allies. Then, it can be confirmed that it's a godly king from another world. Damn it, there's actually such a person sneaking in. Don't worry, I will order all the gods to track this fellow. Go back and wait for my news. You are a member of my dragon sacrificial pantheon, your hatred is our hatred. Right now, that person might not have left yet, so it's the time to capture him. Also, I will inform the shaman race and the sea race." Acting up to this point, Long Chen hurriedly said gratefully, "Thank you, godly king. If I can capture him, please allow me to kill him. I will definitely let him taste endless pain and never be able to reincarnate. I will dismember his body into 1,000 pieces and let him taste all the pain in the world. That's enough. This is our world. For someone to actually sneak in, that's not a good sign. I will set off to search as well. Go back and wait for my news. If there are any results, I will immediately inform you." He had already begun to summon all the gods. Other than himself, the other gods probably believed that what he said was true, that a godly king from another world had really come. For a moment, everyone was very nervous. However, this was their territory, and with the godly king's protection, it was still possible to search for a godly king from another world. Long Chen thanked the godly king of hell and returned with a dazed look. At this time, almost all the gods of the dragon sacrificial continent had been mobilized to search for an invader from another world. From this, it could be seen how much the godly king of hell valued Long Chen. "Why did you do such a thing?" After Long Chen left, a dot of light appeared behind the godly king of hell. The godly king of hell narrowed his eyes and smiled, saying, "I'm just playing around. Otherwise, it would be very boring, right? This kid isn't simple. I want to see how much more potential he has that can be unearthed. With a woman dragging him down, she's just a burden, unable to stimulate the dark side in his heart." Chapter 2652. As the godly king of hell mobilized the deities to search for this mysterious godly king, Long Chen could only return to the 5 great dragon cities to wait for news. Of course, he knew that there would be no news. Because the one who did it was the godly king of hell himself. Of course, if he did not seek help from the godly king of hell, the godly king of hell would definitely be suspicious. Now, he only needed to pretend to return to the 5 great dragon cities to wait for news. Of course, his real plan was to become stronger as soon as possible to face the upcoming war. At the very least, he had to get through the great trial of gods and demons as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would not even have the right to speak. Without the spiritual sword and plain sword by his side, Long Chen's combat power was greatly reduced. Now, he still lacked a suitable destinable artifact. After all, the spiritual sword and plain sword had to be returned to Lingxi. They belonged to Lingxi, and she would take revenge. On the way back, the 3 were very determined. Ever since Thunder God from the 9th heaven, we've never been able to get along with them. Big brother, we should have figured it out a long time ago. The god's corpse in the deity sea couldn't have been fake. There's definitely something strange about these ancient gods. Even their return is strange. Mo Xiaolang said coldly. We're lucky to be able to distinguish between friend and foe at this time. The primordial gods are different from the primordial demons. They're all powerhouses at their peak and have cultivated for tens of millions of years. If we really have to fight against them, we'll have to think about it carefully. You two can't be too hasty. Long Chen advised. Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan nodded. Sui Yan did not think much of it. She naturally listened to Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Right now, there were only 4 people in their team. When Lingxi returned safely, there would be 5 of them. If they killed the God King of Hell in revenge, they would obviously provoke the gods. Hence, they had to become stronger. Origin Dragon Palace. Perhaps this was a hope for Long Chen. Therefore, his goal was very clear. He wanted to become a god, then a true dragon, and then go to the Origin Dragon Palace. Because he went to look for the God King of Hell, the news of his wife and daughter being killed had already spread among the gods. It was obvious that the primordial gods did not allow him to join them. Other than the God King of Hell acting pretentiously, the others must be laughing coldly in their hearts and rejoicing. For example, the Storm God Monarch. Let them be happy. One day, they would not be able to enjoy themselves anymore. On the way back, Long Chen was also in contact with Lingxi. Lingxi was still traveling on the ancient sword, passing through the Sky Supreme Sword Sea. As for where she would go, she didn't even know herself. The spiritual sword and the pure sword were currently guarding her, and the 2 butterflies were fluttering beside her. This near-death experience was also a new life for her, and the expression in her eyes had changed a lot, from weak to austere, but the jade-like hand she placed on her lower abdomen was still hiding an infinite amount of gentleness. Her sternness was for protection. Next, I will be meditating in the 5 major dragon cities. From time to time, I will lose my temper and send the message that I am still in pain and unable to extricate myself. Wait for me, I feel that I am about to reach my destination. Wait for me to return. All right. Long Chen could feel her deeper love. She had grown up with him, from cute to gentle, and now, she had become a mother. She had brought Long Chen too many emotions. Girl, wife, and mother, 3 different times, 3 different responsibilities. Just as they were nearing the devouring dragon city, a woman suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen. Her light golden hair danced in the sunlight, and her jade-like skin shone beautifully. Her bright and spirited eyes hid sorrow and gentleness, as well as the deep sympathy and heartache of a woman. At this moment, she naturally appeared in front of Long Chen in her most beautiful manner. When Long Chen saw her, he circled around. He did not want to provoke this woman, especially since from now on, everyone related to the God King of Hell would be his enemy. Long Chen. Biyao caught up and stretched out her hand in front of Long Chen. Her light golden eyes glistened with tears, and she choked with sobs. I heard about you. I know that you are in pain, so I want to accompany you, okay? Get out of the way. Long Chen could not be bothered with her, especially after Lingxi was almost killed. He was even less interested in other women, no matter how beautiful they were or how high their status was. He was about to leave, but Biyao did not let him go. She said, Long Chen, we are friends now. I know that you are very sad, but I just hope that you will be better. You saved my life, and I am very grateful to you. I don't want you to be in too much pain. Today, you may not be able to come out of the abyss of pain. I don't know what I can do. If you need anything, you must come to me. You too, take care of him. Everything she said seemed to be sincere. From her anxious expression, it was clear that she really cared about Long Chen. I will leave first. If there is anything else, we can talk about it next time. Long Chen still left. He brought Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan into the devouring dragon city. Now, everyone in the devouring dragon city knew about this. The 15 Dragon Emperor and Yang Yu were all gathered together. At this time, everyone looked at him in a daze, their eyes filled with tears of pain. Lingxi was someone that everyone liked. No one hated her. Back then, when the primeval troll rebelled, it was she who used the teleportation matrix to save the 5 dragon cities. It was also she who used the matrix to help Longchen deal with the soul demon's Will doppelganger. What she had done was far more than that. In everyone's eyes, she was the woman most worthy of Longchen. Who would have thought that such news would suddenly come today? For revenge, Longchen had to hide even the 15 dragon emperors. Therefore, he could only let them bear this pain for the time being, hoping that they would forgive him in the future. When he landed on the ground, hundreds of thousands of people looked at him with tears in their eyes. The entire devouring dragon city was very quiet. Only the sound of people sobbing could be heard. In their eyes, Lingxi was really dead. Longchen was very sorry to them, but he could not expose himself. He did not want to say anything. He quickly went to the teleportation matrix and returned to the Slaughter Dragon City. Only then did everyone start to make noise. Yang Yu said in a clear voice, "Everyone, don't worry. We will comfort him. During this time, everyone should stay in the 5 dragon cities. Don't go out." She and the 15 dragon emperors maintained the order of the 5 dragon cities together. Now, almost all the dragon warriors in the 5 dragon cities were very angry and sad. "We must find the murderer and cut him into pieces. Lady Lingxi is such a good girl, but someone actually did something to her. Damn it. This kind of person deserves to die. I heard that it was done by a very strong god. Maybe it came from another world. I don't believe it. Those gods even dared to rob the Eternal Dragon City. What else wouldn't they do?" The whole 5 dragon cities were talking about it. They needed Yang Yu and the 15 dragon emperors to suppress it. But in fact, the 15 dragon emperors were very sad. How could they calm down? "Yang Yu, is there anything else?" The Eternal Dragon Emperor's eyes were red as he pulled her to the side. The 15 dragon emperors all treated Lingxi as their granddaughter-in-law. They loved and doted on her even more than their own children. Now that this piece of news had scared them to death, they almost lost their lives. Yang Yu took a deep breath and said, "Let's go on like this. The one who did it will pay the price. I swear on my life. Everyone, believe me. His spirit in heaven will protect Chen, and Lingxi, and let them get through this." She said it very vaguely, but to the 15 dragon emperors, it was enough. The 15 dragon emperors had lived for so many years, so they still understood this little thing. Regardless of whether Lingxi was dead or not, the hatred had been sown, and how to repay it, the youngsters would naturally have their own plans. They only needed to watch to understand. The Eternal Dragon Emperor sneered and spat out a mouthful of saliva. "Primordial immortals. Hee hee. Whoever did it will have to swallow the bitter pill. I can't do it, but there's nothing Chen can't do." The 5 dragon cities were noisy. There were too many people who were angry. For example, they needed them to suppress the situation. And Longchen had returned to the Red Dragon Palace. It seemed to be desolate here. He remembered the first time he came here. Lingxi was still waiting for him on Celestial Dragon Planet. In the blink of an eye, he had experienced thousands of things. He had restored the title of Eternal Dragon Emperor for Long Qinglan, and he had become the Slaughtering Dragon Emperor. He had defeated the unbeatable primeval troll. Everything he had done had been a miracle. Next, I'm afraid I'll have to kill a god. He was not his goal, but his desire. To kill a god, he had to become a god first. If he didn't become a god, how could he kill a god? Today's state of mind had brought him closer. The day of becoming a god was almost within reach. When he entered the devouring dragon city, Biyao was still far away. Her eyes were still full of tears, and her heart was full of worry. She was heartbroken by Long Chen's appearance. She couldn't bear to see him in such pain, but she had to do it. "Mother, my heart aches for him. You have to fall in love with him, and you have to make him fall in love with you. You have already completed the most crucial step. Next, you can comfort him when he is in the most pain, take advantage of the situation and replace that girl's position in his heart. The deeper the love between you two, the faster the seed of affection will grow. Your father will arrive at the dragon sacrificial realm in a few years, you don't have much time left. Yes, Biyao nodded heavily. The king of hell had succeeded, and she was a little afraid. However, she had finally embarked on this path. Until now, she couldn't tell whether she had truly fallen in love with this person or loved him for the sake of falling in love with him. It didn't seem to make much of a difference. Anyway, her entire world now was that man with blood-red eyes. I love him. I must have him. Biyao clasped her hands together and said with a trembling voice. At the same time, just as Long Chen was preparing to meditate, Lingxi said with some surprise, I think I've reached my destination. Their 3 lifetimes love threads were linked together. Through the 3 lifetimes love threads, Long Chen could see everything around her. For example, the gigantic ancient sword beneath her feet. For example, the gigantic ancient meteorite swords that replaced the stars in the starry sky. There were hundreds of thousands of them. And now, the largest ancient meteorite sword had appeared in front of Ling Xi's eyes. It was at least 100 times larger than the one she was standing on. It lay horizontally in the starry sky, and its surface area was even larger than 3 eternal dragon cities put together. It was practically like a huge island in the starry sky. This ancient meteorite sword, aside from its size, was no different from the others. This should be the center of the sky's supreme sword ocean. By this time, Lingxi had already stepped onto the ancient sword. She stood at the tip of the sword and walked towards the hilt. The spirit and plain sword circled around her. 2 9-colored butterflies perched on her shoulders and looked around curiously. That's right, this is the center of the sky's supreme sword ocean. I can feel the aura left by Emperor Ling Su at the hilt, said the butterfly of the plain sword. In order to distinguish them, Long Chen gave them 2 very simple names, Ling and Su. Although the 2 creation heroic spirits objected to such a name, they could only admit defeat since Long Chen had called it out. Most importantly, even Lingxi called them that, so they were even more resigned to their fate. This place is so magical. I didn't know I was so powerful before. No wonder when I met Sister Lingxi, I felt that I wanted to follow her. So this is why. The spirit of Lingxi's sword, Ling, said happily. Su asked Lingxi, are you sure you want to go? I'm not sure if there's any danger. Aren't you afraid? Lingxi shook her head and said, I was definitely afraid in the past. Now that I've even experienced death, there's nothing to be afraid of. Nothing here can hurt me. I'm not afraid. In the past, she was a person without any goals. Now, she wanted to take revenge, and she wanted to be with Long Chen. If she didn't do this, it would be difficult to vent the hatred in her heart. She would never forget the moment before her death. She cared about Long Chen and her children. That feeling was so terrifying. Therefore, she resolutely walked forward. When she arrived at the hilt, she saw that somewhere on the hilt of the meteorite sword, there were 2 slots. Looking at the size, it seemed that the spirit sword and the plain sword were going to be put in. Are you ready? Su Jian asked again. Chapter 2653. Lingxi seemed to have reached her destination. Long Chen was a little nervous when he heard this news. After all, the territory left behind by God Emperor Ling Su was unknown. It was as mysterious as the Curse World and the Origin Dragon Palace. Who knew if they would encounter danger again? He stopped cultivating and focused on waiting for Lingxi's progress. He didn't know why, but after this incident, he started to trust Lingxi a lot. He felt that she could accomplish many things that were beyond his imagination. Now, she had separated herself from him and faced the boundless sea of sky supreme swords alone. Her beautiful face was the only color and light in the starry sky. She had an ethereal aura that no one could compare to. She used her slender and smooth hands to hold the black and white Lingsu dual swords. Without any hesitation, she stabbed the swords into the slots. The depth of the slots was just enough for the blades to go in, leaving the hilts outside. This might be the eyes of some kind of status. Lingxi let go of her hands. At this time, the meteorite sword under her feet started to shine with black and white lights. It was like the sun was blooming in the dark starry sky. The light even started to spread outwards. Gradually, the entire meteorite sword in the starry sky was dyed with this simple yet mysterious divine light. The veined patterns on the meteorite sword under her feet became clear because of the light. The veined patterns seemed to move and turned into countless small people. They held the long swords and slowly danced on the sword. The movements of the small people were different, but each of them seemed to be affecting the universe. In the blink of an eye, at least hundreds of thousands of meteorite swords could be seen. They were all shining like stars. From Lingxi's point of view, it was like countless shining sword-shaped stars in the night sky. They covered the entire sea of sky supreme swords. It was also a kind of beauty. Long Chen could see what Lingxi was seeing through the love thread of 3 lives and the divine palace. In their vision, the shining sword-shaped stars started to move. They gathered in the same direction. Countless divine swords started to assemble. This process was very fast. Not long after, they formed 5 big words in front of Long Chen and Lingxi. These words were formed by swords. These 5 characters were Spirit, Pure, Divine, Sword, Tao. When combined, it was the spiritual essence divine sword path. Although they didn't know what Ling Su's divine sword principle was, the 5 words formed by countless meteorite swords had shocked them enough. It was a deeply terrifying sword principle. It was the sword rules. Although there were only 5 words, it meant that it was probably something passed down by divine Emperor Ling Su. Vast, grand, powerful, profound, and ancient. These were the feelings that these 5 words gave Long Chen and Yi Shiwen. It was the same feeling that Long Chen had when he first saw the inherited blood essence of the ancient blood spirit dragon. His heart was extremely shocked, and the divine sword principle of Ling Su was also so unfathomable. The 5 characters seemed to be gradually shrinking. However, their boundless might that occupied the entire ancient starry sky was still growing stronger. Su Jian was even more excited than Lingxi. He said, Ling Su's divine sword principle. This is indeed divine Emperor Ling Su's territory. What happened to her? Why would she leave the divine sword principle here? Lingxi was calm. She asked, Little Su, what is this? Su Jian said excitedly, Celestial Emperor Ling Su cultivates 3 major rules. The first is spirit, and the second is plain. However, plain is not her strongest attack. Her third major rule is sword. She is a sword Tao Grandmaster God. Before leaving the spirit essence star ocean, she organized all the profound sword rules she comprehended into the celestial sword principle of Ling Su. These 5 words must contain all her attainments in the sword Tao. As for why she appeared here, I have no idea. Long Chen and Lingxi were very clear that if the divine sword principle of Ling Su really existed, its value would definitely surpass Immortal Lord Realm techniques and Reverend Spirit's legacy. But while they were guessing, the 5 vast words had actually shrunk to the limit. They were getting smaller and smaller, and as they shrunk, they were actually getting closer to Ling Shi. It did not take long for Ling Shi to discover to her surprise that the 5 words were only the size of a palm, and they were already right in front of her. Being so close to the spiritual essence divine sword Tao, the shock that came from the depths of her heart was even more intense, even more ferocious, deeply shaking Ling Shi's heart. These 5 words were formed by a sky full of meteors and swords. Just this point alone showed how terrifying these 5 words were. Don't move. Su Jian's 9 colors butterfly reminded Lingxi. Lingxi calmed down, closed her eyes, and relaxed her body. Under the illumination of the light, her beautiful face was like a rare work of art. What Long Chen saw was that the 5 characters were already the size of a little thumb. They were rolling towards Lingxi's brow. Starting from the first character, they merged into her brow. Chen, they have reached the immortal sword Dao seal. Lingxi had a total of 2 Dao seals. One was the plain girl Dao seal formed by the pure goddess's blood. It was a pure power that could grow rapidly through the convergence of yin and yang. The other was the immortal sword Dao seal from the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace. At this moment, the immortal sword Dao seal had merged with the 5 characters of the divine sword principle of Ling Su. There were some subtle changes. The 5 characters disappeared, and her immortal sword Dao seal looked brand new. Of course, even Lingxi herself couldn't feel any difference at this moment. The world seems to be much clearer. The whole world is filled with traces of swords. Lingxi opened her eyes and looked around curiously. She saw a different world. Although the meteorite swords in the starry sky had all merged into her immortal sword Dao seal, she could still see countless swords. Are there any other changes? From the looks of it, Celestial Empress Ling Su would not harm Ling Shi. Instead, she would bring her many benefits. Long Chen was truly relieved. Ling Shi digested it for a while and said, "There are still some additional memories. I can practice a new sword Dao according to these memories, and it might be of great help." Moreover, the meaning of this divine sword Dao of Ling Su seems to be that I need to cultivate the first level of sword intent before I can leave this place. In that case, focus on cultivation and protect yourself. Long Chen was happy for her. This was a chance for her to realize her value. She would succeed. Now, Long Chen was very confident in her. He still remembered that she said that she would take revenge personally. You too. Let's work hard together. A satisfied smile appeared on Ling Shi's face. She had started to thirst for power. It seemed that with Long Chen's protection, she had never needed to thirst for power. However, at this moment, she changed her mind. She didn't want to continue to be weak and make Long Chen worry about her. Moreover, she wouldn't be able to protect her child. Fortunately, the little fellow's vitality was terrifying. It was even more tenacious than Lingxi herself. She cultivated the first level of sword intent according to the method of the divine sword principle of Ling Su. After a few days, Ling Shi already had a preliminary understanding of this sword intent. Although the sword intent was, in fact, the sword rules, which had been designed to the divine spirit realm. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for her to understand such things. But because of the blood of goddess Ling Su and the inheritance of the venerable spirit, she had a very high compatibility with the divine sword principle of Ling Su. It was simply designed for her. In fact, she was already a descendant of divine Emperor Ling Su. The rules of sword were also one of the rules of heaven and earth. When cultivated to a deep level, it was similar to martial rules and massacre rules. They were all very terrifying. Because of the relationship between the sword as a medium, the rules of sword were more complicated, more bizarre, and more lethal. Lingxi hadn't fought or cultivated seriously for many years. It was indeed difficult for her to understand the rules of sword. At least until now, she was still confused about the rules of sword. Just like the name sword intent, it was a state. Sometimes, it required a certain level of understanding and enlightenment. She had a goal. She was immersed in cultivation and forgot about herself. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. She couldn't help but hold the spiritual sword and plain sword next to her. She stood up. In front of her, a white light started to change and develop in the direction of a person. In front of her, it formed a woman that was no different from a real person. She held a light sword in her hand and pointed it at Lingxi, creating an unparalleled murderous intention. The woman's appearance shocked Lingxi. She asked with doubt, "Are you Biyao?" "That's right." The woman in front of her was exactly the same as Biyao. Apart from the lifeless eyes, there wasn't much difference. She isn't. I'm afraid that she is the opponent and puppet that Divine Emperor Ling Su asked you to train your sword intent. She isn't a real god. I'm afraid you have to defeat her. Plain Sword reminded. Lingxi took a few steps back. As she retreated, she was puzzled. It was just to choose an opponent for her. Why did she have to fight with her in the appearance of Biyao? Moreover, she had no enmity with this bad-tempered woman. It was really puzzling when she thought about it. Long Chen also saw the situation over here. He began to worry. Although Biyao wasn't real, the aura of the sword and the murderous intention were much stronger than Lingxi's. If Lingxi lost, what would happen? Immediately, Lingxi didn't retreat. Instead, she advanced and tangled with Biyao on the meteorite giant sword. After the change in her heart, Lingxi was really quite brave. She didn't retreat at all when fighting. The spiritual sword and plain sword were more compatible with her. Therefore, she didn't need to use much strength to use them. Of course, she couldn't release such a strong force as Long Chen's time fracture. Biyao sneered. She drew out her sword and sheathed it. Her speed didn't seem fast. The sword light flashed and pierced towards the center of Lingxi's eyebrows. Lingxi tilted her head to dodge. The sword light cut her snow-white goose egg-like face. Fresh blood dripped down. Long Chen quickly used the 3 lifetimes emotion silk to transfer the fire of life to her body. The 3 lifetimes emotion silk was getting more and more magical. Although they were separated by such a long distance, it could actually transfer his divine art to her. Under the envelopment of the fire of life, Lingxi basically wouldn't be seriously injured. But from now on, Long Chen would probably have to keep a close eye on her. The two fought again. What Biyao used should be the sword intent that Lingxi wanted to learn. Although Long Chen used a sword, his destinable divine tool was only a medium to release it. In fact, under normal circumstances, he didn't need to use a weapon at all. Therefore, he didn't understand this sword intent. Therefore, he couldn't help Lingxi on this point. Even though she was in quite a sorry state at the beginning because she knew nothing about sword intent and was injured time and time again, Lingxi continued to persevere and gained many benefits. This strengthened her confidence to persevere, and from then on, she also had the belief that she would never lose. Fighting. Whether it was Biyao or anyone else. None of them could stop her footsteps. Seeing that she was gradually gaining some resistance, Long Chen felt more at ease. Chapter 2654. The process of Lingxi's growth was undoubtedly thrilling for Long Chen. For a man, watching his woman fight might be a little bitter, but it was necessary, because he could not protect her all the time. There would always be accidents, such as this time. So he understood that he could not continue to be arrogant. Lingxi chose to face it bravely, to protect the man and child she wanted to protect. No matter what, he should support her decision. At the very least, Long Chen suddenly discovered that even though she had become fiercer recently, just like when they had first met, the current her was even more enchanting and charming. She began to act swiftly and decisively, doing things decisively and tenaciously. Her growth simply made Long Chen proud and infatuated with her. Even though he was protecting her, he paid less and less attention to her. It was only at this moment that he realized how irreplaceable Lingxi was. And her opponent, Biyao, was still stronger than Lingxi in terms of sword will and strength. It was difficult to stop this battle. Every once in a while, Biyao would appear and fight to the death with her. Every time, it was very intense. What made Long Chen feel gratified was that he saw from Lingxi's attacks that she gradually formed a sword will similar to Biyao's, but vaguely had her own understanding of sword will. It was an indescribable sword rule, and its destructive power was astonishing. At the same time, Long Chen also cultivated with peace of mind, advancing towards the great tribulation of gods and demons. At the same time, he often anxiously and indignantly asked the God King of Hell if there was any news of the murderer. At the same time, he would go out and cause a ruckus from time to time, lest others find it strange. Although this behavior made those who cared about him very sad for him, the 5 great dragon cities fell into hatred and silence. Long Chen could only feel sorry in his heart. For the time being, he could not tell everyone that Lingxi was not dead. Otherwise, it would not be easy for him to take revenge. After that, he gradually faded from the sight of the gods. Even if he was a hermit, the gods did not bother to think about him. They knew that this matter would be a huge blow to Long Chen, and they gloated many times over his misfortune. When Lingxi was fighting Biyao in the Sky Supreme Sword Sea, the real Biyao came. Long Chen did not want to see anyone, but the Dragon Emperor could not stop this little Shenhuang. She came to the Red Dragon Palace and saw that Long Chen was cultivating alone. She said softly, "I've come to see you." Long Chen raised his head to look at her, only to see a hint of worry and heartache hidden in her bright, light golden eyes. Perhaps it was a woman's unique maternal instinct. He didn't expect that his encounter would make this hot-tempered woman pity him so much. This time, she even personally came to visit him. She still owed him a favor and felt guilty, so Long Chen didn't think that there was anything wrong. "Princess, are you so free?" "I don't have anything to see. I'm just cultivating." Long Chen's expression was indifferent. Even though there was a beautiful divine emperor princess standing next to him, who countless people wanted to have as their own, he was not interested. Perhaps Biyao had expected his lukewarm attitude. She said, "Don't torture yourself anymore. How about I accompany you out for a walk this time? In the past, I was the one who ordered you around, but today, I promise I won't do it. You should go out and relax. Don't always stay here, lest you think of someone else and become even sadder. The person has already passed away, there's nothing you can do about it." She had changed so much and cared for him, which surprised Long Chen. In his memory, she was not such a person. Could it be that she sympathized with him to this extent because of his situation? Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed tragic to lose a wife and a daughter, and 2 lives. Long Chen was too embarrassed to give her an attitude. Although he hated the gods now, he still had a difference in his heart. At least for now, Biyao no longer looked down on him. He said, "Princess, to tell the truth, I'm sorry. I really don't want to go anywhere right now. I just want to stay here quietly, cultivate, and strive for a breakthrough." Biyao didn't mind. She smiled faintly and said with a rare gentleness, "All right, I'll listen to you. I'll stay here and talk with you. It shouldn't be a problem, right? If you refuse again, I'll get angry." Although he couldn't wait for her to leave so that he could quietly accompany Lingxi, she had good intentions after all. Long Chen also had some plans in his heart. If he were to become enemies with the God King of Hell and Biyao were to stand on his side, there might still be room for negotiation when facing the God King of Myriad Worlds. Therefore, to him, it wasn't very wise to offend Biyao too much. Therefore, he nodded and agreed. Biyao seemed to have prepared for a long time. She stayed by Long Chen's side and talked about all kinds of topics, allowing Long Chen to understand her better. At the same time, she constantly comforted Long Chen, trying to pull him out of his pain. A woman who can make you feel so much pain must really love you, so you can't let her down. Sigh. I don't seem to have any friends. After coming to this dragon sacrificial continent, I looked down on you. Later on, you saved my 2 lives in the cursed realm, and I realized that you were quite interesting. I also helped you save your 2 companions, so we can be considered friends. In any case, it's quite interesting to be with you. If we are friends, of course I don't want you to be too sad. You wouldn't think that I'm a weasel paying respects to a chicken with bad intentions, right?" Long Chen conversed with Lingxi and Biyao at the same time. Come to think of it, he was quite busy. In addition, Lingxi was fighting with Biyao, and he was actually talking to her here. This scene was quite strange. There were several times when Long Chen even thought that the Biyao on the other side was the real Biyao. Biyao had never left. After a few days of interaction, Long Chen had become much more familiar with her. It was rare for her to be so concerned about him, and she wasn't as unruly and willful as before. It would be embarrassing to chase her away. Moreover, he didn't have the spiritual sword and the plain sword with him, so it seemed like he couldn't chase this woman away. At this moment, Biyao said, "Do you still remember how you attacked me the first time we met? To be honest, you really have guts. Moreover, I was still angry at that time. Those two swords you used back then were both creation god artifacts, right? It's really a miracle that you can still have such good things in this small place." The Biyao back then and the Biyao now were indeed two different people. Therefore, Long Chen still wasn't quite used to her being so enthusiastic now. Indeed. Biyao looked at him and said, "Strange, at that time, those two swords gave me a very strong feeling, and it was also very scary. How come you don't have that feeling now? Those two Dao treasures are not with you anymore, or did you hide them from me?" The news that the spiritual sword and the plain sword were not with him, Long Chen was still not willing to divulge it, so he smiled and didn't answer Biyao. Unexpectedly, Biyao suddenly said, "Although you already have a creation god artifact, and both are creation god artifacts, you are also my first friend. As my first friend, I must give you a gift. Do you know my 9-star Emperor sword?" Long Chen was stunned for a moment. Just because he had become her friend, she was going to give him the 9-star Emperor sword? That was a true Genesis-level fortune divine weapon that was forged from 9 blazing suns. Its might was terrifying, and combined with Biyao's flame law, its destructive power was heaven-defying. Of course, she wouldn't give the most suitable creation god artifact to him. Therefore, he said, "Princess Biyao means." Biyao shook her head, pouted, and said angrily, "I already said I'm your friend, so you can't call me princess anymore. That's treating me like an outsider. You can just call me Yaoer. My father and uncles all call me that too." Long Chen didn't want to act recklessly. Calling her Yaoer was a matter of life and death. Therefore, he tactfully changed the topic, and asked, "You can't be thinking of giving me the 9-star Emperor sword, right? It just so happened that the spiritual sword Su Jian wasn't here, and his power was greatly reduced. If he could borrow a creation god artifact from her, even if it was creation god artifact or above, that would be very good." Long Chen wouldn't refuse her things because of her identity. After this period of time, he could just return it to her. Moreover, with a creation god artifact from Biyao, the ancient gods wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Biyao saw that he was interested, and she was secretly happy. She blushed a little and said, "Of course it's not the 9-star Emperor sword. In your dreams. However, it's actually about the same as the 9-star Emperor sword. When I became a consummate divine sovereign, my father gave me a total of 2 creation god artifacts for me to choose. I prefer swords, so I chose the 9-star Emperor sword. Therefore, I still have a creation god artifact here, and I'm prepared to give it to you. It's a pair with the 9-star Emperor sword." It really was a creation god artifact. Long Chen stood up in shock. He had always thought that she was joking with him. He didn't think that what she said was true. A dignified creation god artifact was given away just like that. Only the daughter of a divine emperor could be so awesome. Seeing him making a fuss over nothing, Biyao was very satisfied. From the consolation these few days, it seemed to her that Long Chen had already slowly opened up her heart, and she was no longer in so much pain. In reality, she didn't understand that Long Chen didn't feel pain at all. He only felt anger and hatred. She was one step closer to her goal. In her opinion, after giving away the gift, their relationship would definitely take a step forward. Therefore, she said impatiently, "The 9-star Emperor sword is formed by 9 blazing suns in the endless starry sky. The blazing suns were formed after the divine beast, Golden Crow, died. Therefore, the 9-star Emperor sword has the vast power of the blazing sun laws. As for the other creation god artifact, it's even more ancient. Its name is the Peerless Dragon Slaying Saber." Dragon slaying. Just the name alone made Long Chen very uncomfortable. However, Biyao still proudly introduced, in reality, the Peerless Dragon Slaying Saber is also related to the divine beast, the 3-legged Golden Crow. However, it is an evolved and mutated Golden Crow. Its entire body is black, and it is called the Nirvana Black Sun. After the Nirvana, it turns into a black sun. It is ferocious, violent, and has the power of the demon sun. It is not scorching, but it has a terrifying destructive power. It is one of the catastrophes of destruction. A three-legged black crow is comparable to 9 golden crows. This black sun was later refined into a black battle saber, and that is the peerless dragon-slaying saber. As for why it was given this name, it was naturally because this saber had slain the divine dragons of the divine dragon era. After describing so much, Biyao finally exaggerated the preciousness of the gift she wanted to give. She wanted to prove her sincerity. With such a precious gift, Long Chen might have hesitated. Although it seemed to him that he was borrowing it, he could not borrow it to such an extent, but the most important thing was that this blade had actually killed a divine dragon. Although it was a rumor, although he did not know how it was killed, it must have existed for a long time, even longer than Dijun dragon slaying. This violated Long Chen's taboo. He wanted to see how this blade would slay a dragon. You won't be unhappy with the name dragon slaying, right? Biyao probed. She could only take out this blade now. If Long Chen did not like it, she could only ask Dijun. The reason why she chose the peerless dragon-slaying saber was because the peerless dragon-slaying saber and the 9-star emperor sword were a pair. Chapter 2655. In order to experience the peerless dragon Salyer, Long Chen followed Biyao out of the slaughter dragon city and into the wilderness. The peerless dragon Salyer was currently an ownerless object. If he were to forcefully subdue it, it might cause a huge commotion. It would not be good if he accidentally destroyed the slaughter dragon city, so he had to come out. Long Chen had already decided to control this peerless dragon Salyer. On one hand, he was not happy with this blade. It was actually known as the Dragon Slayer. On the other hand, he really lacked a good artifact right now. If he were to use the good artifact to assist him in breaking time, the power would be even stronger. This was a dangerous time, and once a battle broke out, any detail could determine victory or defeat, so he could not be careless. Thirdly, since Biyao had given him face and accepted this divine armament, it was equivalent to having a relationship with Biyao. If the other gods saw that Biyao had given this to him, they would definitely be afraid. As for other problems, there was no need to think too much about it. If there was any trouble, he could just return it to Biyao. He had saved her life twice, and now that he owed her a favor, it was not too much to take a weapon from her. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that he had never used a blade before. The king of weapons was the sword. The swordsman was upright and magnanimous. The weapons that Long Chen used the most were swords and halberds. There were also spears, but he basically used the spear and the halberd the same way. The halberd was incomparably domineering, it was the hegemon of long weapons. However, in terms of domineeringness, there was one thing that could never be surpassed in the weapon manual, and that was the blade. The blade was the true tyrannical and ferocious divine armament. When the blade fell, heaven and earth split open. Therefore, Long Chen did indeed have a certain level of anticipation for the blade, especially the creation level good artifact. Although they were both creation level, there were actually differences. The peerless dragon Salyer and the 9-star emperor sword could be considered to be at the top of the creation level good artifact, close to the order level of the emperor Shiga sword. In the battle between Lingxi and Biyao, she was also able to skillfully use the two swords. At this moment, Biyao smiled sweetly and said to Long Chen with some joy, "Are you ready? I'm going to take it out. It's much more ferocious than the 9-star emperor sword. The 9-star emperor sword has 9 good fortune heroic spirits, so it can fight against Black Crow alone." Her happiness was a little strange, but Long Chen was more concerned about the fortune divine artifact, so he didn't find anything suspicious. After nodding, he stood off in the distance. At this point, Biyao opened the divine kingdom, breaking some kind of restriction. Instantly, the inside of the divine kingdom trembled, and the first thing Long Chen heard was a shrill, hoarse, and ear-piercing bird cry. It was a squawking sound that almost pierced his eardrums. A thick black aura rushed out from it. Within the black gas, there was a pitch-black ray of light that was filled with a destructive aura. It had the energy of a scorching sun, but it didn't have that kind of heat. There was only that kind of violence, a violence that was almost 10 times more violent. Boom! That black ray of light rushed into the sky, then fell and pierced the ground. Instantly, the earth rumbled, and such a stable world trembled. That black aura spread out like demonic chi. Long Chen knew that this was actually not demonic chi, but the violent, destructive aura of the scorching sun. The saber in front of him was like a scorching sun that was about to be extinguished, about to explode at any moment. Through the layers of violent black mist, Long Chen saw the true appearance of this saber. It was a black violent black saber. It was wide and thick, and the blade was incomparably sharp. The back was thick and heavy, and it was buckled with 3 huge rings. The hilt had a pair of wings spread out, and it looked like a black eagle that wanted to soar into the starry sky with the saber on its back. Tyrannical, brutal, and destructive, it had an endless desire for battle. This was the first feeling that Long Chen had when he saw this saber. Biyao's description wasn't exaggerated. Although it was a pair with the 9-star Emperor sword, in terms of attack power, it should be a level higher than the 9-star Emperor sword. In truth, this saber incomparably matched Long Chen's current desire for slaughter. It was in line with his current state of mind. This was like a blade of revenge that belonged to him. After the Lingsu twin swords left with Lingxi, it appeared, and it even had a very provocative name for Long Chen. That sharp bird cry constantly rang out, targeting Long Chen. Clearly, it knew that Long Chen wanted to subdue it. At this time, a pure black bird had already appeared on the hilt of the sword. Although this bird wasn't big, its entire body contained a violent power. Its eyes were as cold as the edge of a blade, and its claws were as sharp as iron. It didn't seem like a bird, but more like a fiery killing weapon. "It's provoking you," Biyao reminded. Long Chen could tell. "Are you going to give me to this kind of guy?" "Biyao, you're too irresponsible." On top of the exceptional dragon Salyer, the black bird said in a hoarse voice. It was not polite to Biyao, but it had quite the personality. The transformed 3-legged golden crow was once 10 times stronger than the 3-legged golden crow, and was not as scorching as the 3-legged golden crow, but in reality, it had already transformed all of the scorching energy into destruction. This 3-legged black crow could be said to be the destroyer of the golden crow, and the 3 feet under its abdomen were very obvious. "You'll know once you try. He's very powerful." Biyao laughed coldly. "Humph." The bird's blade-like eyes stared at Long Chen. Above the exceptional dragon Salyer, a destructive black aura pervaded the air, and wherever the black aura went, even the ground would turn into ashes, completely destroyed. The black aura expanded and surrounded Long Chen. "It doesn't matter if she wants to give me to you. If you don't have the qualifications to control me, you won't be able to have me. Little guy, show me your ability." Even Black Crow's voice was filled with lethality. "Have you ever slaughtered a dragon?" In front of it, Long Chen's expression did not change in the slightest. Black Crow laughed coldly with his hoarse voice. "The 3 rings on the back of my blade are forged from dragon bones. What do you think?" Oh, Long Chen saw the 3 rings. It should be a type of bone that also possessed the aura of a dragon. However, it was extremely ancient and there were almost no traces of it. "What dragon did you kill?" Long Chen asked. "That's not important. It's too long ago. It happened when I was born. I have already lived for an incomparably long time and have changed countless masters. Do you still want to continue stalling for time?" Black Crow's voice was filled with dissatisfaction and disdain. Of course, Long Chen was not stalling for time, there was no need at all. He just wanted to understand more, since this guy was so stubborn, then he would wait until he subdued him. He used the Spirit Sword plain sword, but he was not the master of the Spirit Sword plain sword, so he had to borrow the 3 lives threads of emotions to make a move, and after subduing the peerless dragon's slaughtering saber, he could become its master, so it would not be so troublesome. It was just a battle with the spirit creation. Just then, the black crow soared into the sky and spread its wings. Although it was a crow, it was like a goshawk that covered the sky and covered the sun. It rushed towards the endless starry sky, and immediately, a destructive scorching sun aura covered the sky, alarming many of the gods, especially the gods of the north. The black blade also rushed into the starry sky. When the peerless dragon Salyer moved, many gods could feel it. They all knew that it was Biyao's, but at this time, it appeared in the approximate location of the slaughtered dragon city, so the ordinary gods could not guess what was going on and came over to watch. At this time, Long Chen had already followed the 3-legged black crow and confronted him. It was growing larger and larger, and had now covered 1/10 of the eternal celestial realm. To the living beings, it was even more terrifying. They looked up and found that there was an additional sun in the sky. It was a black sun. Although there was no heat, the entire world was trembling because of this black sun. The aura of destruction had already affected the eternal incandescence. Someone wants to control the peerless dragon Salyer. This is Princess Biyao's creation artifact. Who can control it? Could it be that they can snatch it from Princess Biyao's hands? Could it be the divine king who killed Long Chen's woman? Quickly inform the God King of Hell and the God King of Light. Everyone panicked. Because they thought that it was related to the divine king of another world, they did not dare to approach for the time being. Looking at the starry sky, Princess Biyao seemed to be there as well. The God King of Hell has sent news. He said that Princess Biyao gave the peerless dragon Salyer to Long Chen. Right now, Long Chen is subduing it, so we don't have to panic. Hearing this news, the gods were stunned for a long time. One had to know that many Final Realm divine monarchs did not have a creation-level creation artifact. They never thought that Biyao would actually give the peerless dragon Salyer that everyone coveted to Long Chen. What was going on? Although Long Chen had saved Biyao twice in the Cursed Realm, now that he had lost his wife and daughter, Biyao pitied him and gave him such a precious thing. After the gods found out, they felt extremely indignant, but they could not change Biyao's mind. For a moment, they all cursed Long Chen for being so lucky. Don't be too nervous, it's not certain that he will be able to subdue the peerless dragon Salyer. In history, there have been many gods who failed to subdue the peerless dragon Salyer and were killed instead. Furthermore, this blade is a dragon slayer, and he is a dragon warrior, yet he is going to fight against this blade. Ever since he found out that Long Chen had lost his wife and daughter, the storm god monarch had been extremely happy. Whatever he did these days, he felt at ease. Now that something like this had suddenly happened, she said sourly. To be honest, her dream was nothing more than to obtain a Genesis-grade creation artifact. Now, Long Chen actually had 3 of them. Why was he just an insignificant junior of this dragon sacrificial continent? No matter what they thought, Long Chen was still fighting with the 3-legged black crow in the starry sky. Generally speaking, if Long Chen used a creation artifact in such a battle, it would make the 3-legged black crow feel dissatisfied and even more difficult to submit. Therefore, even if he did not use the spirit sword, he would not be exposed for the time being. Fortunately, his primordial divine dragon heavenly tribulation source power was already quite mature. This power was comparable to or even surpassed the creation level. Coupled with his many divine abilities, to the 3-legged black crow, Long Chen had given him a head-on blow the moment he made a move. This was because what Long Chen used at the beginning was time rupture. The 3-legged black crow could not comprehend the power of time at all. It lost at least half of the power it had accumulated for a long time in that instant, and was unable to move for 3 breaths of time. After Long Chen transformed into a divine dragon, he used the divine Dao Heart Refining Dragon's Karma King sword to stab him. As for the Death Realm Dragon Gate, attacking meant death. It had been a long time since he had transformed into a divine dragon to fight. After transforming into a divine dragon, the power of his divine abilities was even more terrifying, especially the Death Realm Dragon Gate. From the very beginning, the three-legged black crow was suppressed to the point of being dumbfounded. After the Karma King's sword pierced through, it became even more confused. At this time, the Death Realm Dragon Gate opened and the Divine Dragon descended once again. What? The 8 Supreme Divine Dragons appeared at the same time, causing the three-legged black crow's hair to stand on end. He hurriedly screamed, "I've never slain a dragon before, please don't kill me. Looks like it's about time." Long Qin used the Death Realm Dragon Gate to entangle him and the peerless dragon Salyar, pulling him towards the Death Realm. At the same time, he said, "When you submit, I will stop. If you don't submit, I can only let you go to another world with only dead silence." Good Sunday 2nd, the WeChat public platform was filled with nearly 40,000 responses. Everyone was so brave. Finally, the first person to answer all the questions was basically before 12:02 p.m. In other words, 6 winners were born in less than 2 minutes. Their hand speed was so fast that even a madman would blush with shame. The first episode was a complete success, and the prizes would be distributed on Monday. When the time comes, the winners will display their prizes for everyone to see. Next Sunday 9th, the prize will be a custom-made limited edition Dragon Blood War God book that can't be bought anywhere. It will also be signed by me. Those who want it can add my WeChat public account, Feng Qingyang. The second episode's questions will probably be even more difficult. It will test both hand speed and memory. Chapter 2656. The destructive aura of the peerless dragon Salyar engulfed the world, and the three-legged black crow covered the sky. In the closest eternal life divine realm, on the side of the dragon god realm, a large number of living beings were watching the grand occasion in the sky. Now that the gods had returned, it was normal for a battle of this level to occur. The destruction caused by the battle between Long Chen and the war demon was far more terrifying than today. Of course, at that time, the dragon's sacrifice world was not as stable as it was now. Amongst the gods, there were also many people watching the battle. They were mainly jealous of Long Chen, and were extremely envious of the peerless dragon Salyar. Although Long Chen had encountered a great calamity, they did not feel any sympathy for him. Instead, they could not wait to see Long Chen become a joke, and see him being abused by the peerless dragon Salyar. As for why Biyao was so good to Long Chen, the gods could only conclude that it was because Long Chen had saved Biyao twice in the cursed realm. Other than that, there was no other reason. And when the battle began, it quickly ended. No one could imagine how strong Long Chen's hatred and anger was at this moment. Ever since Lingxi's accident, he had not made a move, and his heart was filled with anger. Today, the three-legged black crow had crashed into the muzzle of the spear, and what it had endured was the suppression of Long Chen during this period of time, and the killing intent towards the god king of hell. Right now, he was no longer the carefree person who could flee to the ends of the earth. He had the 5 great dragon cities and the entire dragon god realm to protect, so he had to consider them at all times. He could only wait, like a hungry wolf, waiting for an opportunity to kill its prey. The three-legged black crow was like an appetizer. It came from Biyao, and could also be considered to have come from the gods. It actually dared to claim to be a dragon slayer in front of Long Chen. Therefore, Long Chen wanted him to see if it could slaughter it. In reality, the three-legged black crow was not weak. Long Chen had used all of the primordial divine dragon's heavenly tribulation origin energy, and only then did he use the Death Realm Dragon Gate to control it, preventing it from moving. If he did not cultivate the primordial divine dragon heavenly tribulation secret manual and did not have the spirit sword, he would not have been able to subdue this peerless dragon blade. However, the three-legged black crow was the only one who was frightened now. In its eyes, Long Chen, who had been like a sheep before, had instantly transformed into a peerless killing god. The ferocious killing intent directly suppressed the three-legged black crow. In terms of savagery and violence, the primordial spiritual blood dragon was the true ancestor, especially when it was enraged at this moment. Long Chen looked at the three-legged black crow with bloodthirsty eyes and finally asked, "Life or death, Your choice is yes. At that moment, the three-legged black squid was almost swallowed by the death world. It could clearly feel how terrifying this world was. If it were to enter, it would really be finished. In fact, no one had ever subdued the fortune artifact and directly given them the choice of life and death. Usually, defeating them would be more or less the same. It was precisely because of this courage that Long Chen's current tyranny could be displayed, and also caused his image to be deeply engraved in the heart of the exceptional dragon Salyer. I submit. This was the three-legged black crow's mournful words. From the beginning to the end, from the inside to the outside, it was simply incomparably silent. At first, it did not take Long Chen seriously, but now it understood that this was a master who made its blood boil. Very few people could suppress it at the level of savagery, making it tremble all over in fear, but Long Chen did it. Go back. Long Chen berated. The three-legged black crow immediately merged into the exceptional dragon Salyer. This exceptional dragon Salyer, at this moment, was in front of Long Chen, releasing a monstrous black violent power that enveloped Long Chen. As the peerless dragon Salyer vibrated, the surrounding starry sky was also shaking. This was no longer because it was afraid, but because it was excited. For a creation divine artifact, finding a master who could completely control it and who had great compatibility with it in all aspects was something worth being excited about. Previously, the three-legged black crow might have blamed Biyao for giving it to Long Chen, but now, it was extremely grateful. Above the starry sky, Long Chen extended his hand with cold eyes, and held on to the hilt of the exceptional dragon Salyer. This heavy black blade burst out with a brilliant light, and released an ear-piercing cry, tearing apart the heaven and earth. Behind Long Chen, a huge shadow of black wings covered the sky, and a black destructive aura rolled out layer upon layer of huge waves. On this exceptional dragon Salyer, he felt a surging power, and the nature of the fortune divine power had a huge compatibility with his primordial divine dragon's heavenly tribulation origin energy. You are more suitable for me than the plain sword spirit sword. The spirit sword plain sword is more suitable for Lingxi. This was Long Chen's objective evaluation of this exceptional dragon Salyer. To be honest, the first time he held a blade, he was also intimidated by the berserk and tyrannical nature of the blade. This kind of weapon was born in the heavens for the sake of destruction, and this blade was just like Long Chen's current state of mind for revenge. One man and one blade, looking down on the world. Layers of destructive aura surged like demonic waves. After holding onto the blade, Long Chen had already changed. I just hope you can walk out of the pain. Everyone has to look forward and walk out of the shadow. You can't live in the shadow for the rest of your life. One day you will have a new life. I'm afraid you'll live too hard. I hope you can remember these words when you see this knife. Long Chen looked at her and found that she had indeed changed. She looked much more comfortable than before. Perhaps it was because he had saved her life. He really wanted to make use of this woman's identity and status. Perhaps it might be of help to him. As for true friends, Long Chen's impression of her was a little bad at the beginning. He could only wait and see if there was a chance. He and Biyao returned to the Slaughter Dragon City together. At this time, Lingxi had also reached a critical moment, so Long Chen said to her, I want to go into seclusion for a period of time to see if I can make a breakthrough. Why don't you go back first? Biyao was very cordial, but seeing that Long Chen had asked her to leave, she was still startled. However, she immediately smiled and said, since that's the case, I'll leave first. When you see this blade, remember what I said, and find a new life. Long Chen nodded, knew my ass, if Lingxi really died, he would probably kill her right now. After she left, Lingxi also got some time to rest. She had just withstood Biyao's attack, and through the 3 lives thread, she was also able to know the situation on Long Chen's side. At this time, she carefully looked at Long Chen's back as he left, and suddenly said, Chen, you received her token of love. Long Chen was shocked and said, don't talk nonsense, this is the reward I deserve. I saved this girl's life twice. She is so delicate, exchanging her life for a fortune artifact is normal. Lingxi smiled faintly, her eyes were deep, she said, Maybe it's because my current opponent is her, I really hate her, and after my death, she wants you to start a new life so quickly. It seems like there are some hints, and the peerless dragon Salyer and the 9-star Emperor sword are a pair. She should have fallen for you. Hearing Lingxi's words, Long Chen also felt that it was a little strange. In the beginning, he naturally did not suspect anything. After all, the other party's status was noble. There was no reason for him to fall in love with her after saving her life twice. This was too ridiculous. Could it be that the main point was to look at her face? Where did you see that from? Long Chen asked. The way she looked at you, it can't be wrong. It can't be wrong at all. Chapter 2657. Long Chen felt a headache coming on. Although that's the case, and I trust your judgment, I still feel that it's impossible. She doesn't seem like someone who would fall in love with someone over such a small matter. Moreover, I've only known her for a short time. She's the daughter of the Divine Emperor, and her status is so different from mine. It's weird no matter how I put it. Lingxi said, actually, I think it's weird too, so I'm telling you not to provoke her anymore. I hate her. This seemed to be the first time he had seen her jealous. Long Chen couldn't help but laugh and said, don't worry. Even if she loves me to death, even if she's in so much pain that she wishes she could die, and wants nothing more than to strip naked and devote herself to me, I won't touch a single hair on her head. Lingxi burst into laughter. After going through this ordeal, she was a little tense. This was the first time she laughed. When she laughed, she was still so gentle and beautiful, like a snow-white lotus blooming on the peak of a snowy mountain. I'm not being petty. If there's really someone who wants to share you with me, I hope it's Sister Xuanji. I don't like anyone else. She's the only one who makes me feel guilty. Li Xuanji. Where did she go? She left the first time, perhaps because she was worried that she would disturb Long Chen and Lingxi. She always hid in the dark, hiding her love. She was unknown. Perhaps she had seen Long Chen countless times, but Long Chen hadn't seen her before. In fact, she had already become a part of Long Chen's body, and had become his own demon. As long as she called out, Long Chen would hear her. But after such a long time, they actually didn't find each other. They didn't look for each other at the start, and then they lost their courage. He understood Lingxi's feelings. Do I need to return this knife to her? Since Lingxi wanted him to draw a clear line between them, he would definitely do it. He knew who was the most important woman in his life. There's no need for that. Just like what you said, you should have repaid the favor. Not asking her for something better is already letting her off easy. Bitch, my bones haven't even turned cold yet, and you still dare to come and steal my man. You even hurt me repeatedly. See if I don't kill you next time. She muttered a few curses to herself and continued to study the sword intent. Hearing her talking to herself, Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. She was still so cute, it was just that he had forgotten to discover her beauty. Perhaps he should thank this suffering for making them love each other even more deeply. Now, they were all moving in the same direction, and that was to become stronger. Coming out of the Slaughter Dragon City, Biyao turned around and looked at the blood-colored city. Her eyes flickered with the sadness of Long Chen when he was quiet, and the domineering aura when he subdued the exceptional dragon's slaughtering saber. Every shadow of him lingered in her heart. You've done well. It's only the beginning, and you've already fallen in love so deeply. Your mind is filled with him. The woman laughed softly beside Diao's ear. Diao shook her head, and said, Mother, I might not be pretending. He does have a magical power that attracts me, and I can always find his good points. Very good, that's for the best. As long as you can kill him in the end, the more you treat him as your destined son of heaven, the better. It's much better than me. I can't love your father in the slightest, so I failed. Kill him in the end. Diao was in a daze for a moment. That's right, this was her true goal, to take everything from him. Just as her mother had said, he was the one chosen by the destiny compass. Other than the two of them, no one else knew that he possessed the most terrifying potential and fate. In fact, there was another person who knew, and that was the Ji Yuan Sky Demon. You have seen so many men who want to pursue you, and among them, which one of them didn't covet your delicate body as the daughter of the God Emperor? Biyao's expression changed after being berated by her mother. She thought about many things. Since she had already taken the first step and killed Lingxi, what else was there that she couldn't do? It was just as her mother had said, in order to obtain all that she wanted, what was the point of chastity? Moreover, she loved him so deeply. I can do what you said, but I always feel that he won't be with me so easily. The woman smiled and said, Don't worry, don't be nervous. So, I will teach you how to create an environment, create an atmosphere, let him become a beast of desire in front of you, let you become a victim who is forcibly violated by him. In this way, he will feel guilty for his own behavior, will truly love you, and will be responsible for you. Leave all of this to me, you just need to do as I say. Biyao took a last look at the slaughtered dragon city, as if she could imagine the appearance of Long Chen turning into a beast of lust. She was so scared that her legs trembled. She took a few deep breaths, and her face became flushed. Looking forward to it, that's a good thing. The woman giggled, as if she could see herself in Biyao. Sky Sovereign Sword Ocean. It had already been a very long time since they arrived at this place. During this period of time, Lingxi had always been fighting with Biyao. Biyao was using the things she wanted to comprehend. Only by completely learning them would she be able to move on to the next place. The mortal sword intent is the foundation of Ling Su's divine sword Dao, and also its root. Only by comprehending this sword intent can one begin to comprehend Ling Su's divine sword Dao. From this, one could see how important the mortal sword intent was. From the immortal sword Dao seal, Lingxi could obtain the details, records, and guidance of the mortal sword intent left behind by God Emperor Ling Su. And from Biyao's moves, Lingxi could see the true mortal sword intent. Every time Biyao attacked, the sword in her hand was no longer a sword, but herself, as well as this boundless universe. This was the myriad worlds, and any ordinary thing in the myriad worlds could be a blade of grass or a tree branch. No matter what it was, as long as it had sword intent, it would be filled with lethality. This mortal sword intent was too strong. In the battle with Biyao only held a simple wooden sword. Lingxi resisted countless times, but she couldn't hurt her in the slightest. On the contrary, every time she attacked, she would succeed. She had to rely on Long Chen's flame of life to persevere. There must be changes in order to learn. During this period of time, Lingxi had relied on the spirit sword plain sword to barely block the other party's attacks, and even managed to counterattack to a certain extent. However, her understanding of the mortal sword intent was still at a relatively basic stage, and it couldn't even be considered as a beginner. It seemed like it would take a long time for her to leave this place and return to the outside world. Day after day. Fighting with the same woman every day, seeing her ugly expression, and even getting beaten up, it was hard for Lingxi not to hate her. Of course, Biyao hadn't gone to look for Long Chen for a while, and she felt much better. On this day, when she once again used her pure spirit sword to block her opponent's wooden sword, but was forced to retreat, Lingxi suddenly had an idea. This was an idea that came to her on a whim. She couldn't wait to tell Long Chen, the so-called mortal sword intent, all things are mortal. Biyao used a mortal object to fight me, but I used a divine object to resist her. To comprehend the mortal sword intent, I might have made the most fundamental mistake, so I want to give up my pure spirit sword and pure spirit sword, and use my finger as a sword to deal with her. What do you think? On the path of cultivation, Long Chen could indeed point out the right path for her. After thinking for a while, Long Chen said, "What you said makes sense, but if you do this, you can only rely on your pure spirit sword and pure spirit sword to block her. Now that you've lost them, you'll be in great danger, and your life might even be in danger. This is the way to find a way to survive, Lingxi pursed her lips and smiled, "You just don't want me to take risks, but it's impossible not to take risks in life. I think if it were you, you would definitely throw away the pure spirit swords. If it were me, you would only consider for so long. I'm very grateful to you, because you dote on me, but I can't pity myself, or else I'll make you and our child suffer. This was her greatest realization. Okay. Long Chen closed his eyes. He couldn't watch Lingxi take this risk, but he could provide Lingxi with the greatest help. His flame of life, his life, was always prepared for Lingxi. He stopped cultivating, wholeheartedly helping Lingxi comprehend the mortal sword intent. It's starting, abandoning the divine object and using an ordinary finger to deal with the mortal sword intent was undoubtedly the right choice. Even Long Chen understood that the foundation of the pure spirit sword Dao was for Lingxi to turn herself into a sword, and all things into swords. Only by using mortal objects to the extreme could she use divine objects to display even more terrifying power. So he couldn't stop Lingxi. Of course, he still believed in his woman. She would do something that would shock him, such as this time. Chapter 2658. Mortal Sword Intent. Lingxi let go of the Lingsu dual swords and used her fingers to receive Biyao's mortal sword intent attack. At this moment, she was very similar to the crazy Long Chen when he was cultivating. After being killed once for no reason, she didn't want to experience the same thing again. Hence, there was only one path in front of her, and that was to become truly strong. It wasn't the strength that Long Chen helped her create. Long Chen was very hard-working. It could be said that the reason why she could reach her current realm at this age was largely due to Long Chen. However, he still wasn't the strongest in the myriad worlds. There were still things that he couldn't do anything about. Only by becoming strong could he move forward with peace of mind. Hence, she was very envious of Soyan. She could suddenly possess such immense power and fight alongside Mo Xiaolang. Of course, she wasn't jealous because Soyan's power was due to her many hardships. She deserved it. Only by experiencing hardships could she see the true beauty of the rainbow. Her heart was already incomparably strong. Long Chen didn't dare to look at the scene on her side. Lingxi was probably his greatest weakness in this life. He could tolerate himself risking his life for her, but he couldn't bear to see her risking her life. Just like back then in the battlefield of gods, that battle where only 1 out of 10 could survive, he was extremely worried. 15 minutes passed. 30 minutes. As expected, she was injured. Previously, she had to rely on the spiritual sword and plain sword to block Biyao. Naturally, it was very difficult for her now. Fortunately, Long Chen's flame of life was protecting her at all times, giving her endless vitality. Although it was a little painful, it was definitely not life-threatening. Obviously, Celestial Empress Ling Su wouldn't let her die. After a battle, Lingxi didn't know how she lasted until the end. She had no chance to retaliate at all. Her entire body was under Biyao's control. Biyao's wooden sword was connected to heaven and earth. What was terrifying was not the sword, but the indescribable sword intent within the sword, and the rules that were difficult to understand. Lingxi, like all the other Dragon Emperor, was now stuck on the border of becoming a god. They did not have Long Chen's faith, nor did they have Mo Xiaolang's talent. Becoming a god might be difficult, but they did not know where those heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals came from and how they became gods. How do you feel? The thrilling battle had finally ended. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that Lingxi had taken a big step toward success as long as she passed the first hurdle. It's like I've been reborn. Many difficulties suddenly become clear. Chen, my choice is right. Even though Lingxi was exhausted, she still had a smile on her face. This was an extremely rare feeling of satisfaction and excitement. The last time she saw such excitement and joy was in the 3 imperial regions. She had accomplished herself. Very good. This was even better than Long Chen's huge breakthrough. Their hearts were closely connected. She's even more excited than me. In the past, I was too quiet, and she was also very quiet. Now that I'm moving, she's mischievous. Lingxi gently stroked her lower abdomen. There was infinite gentleness in her eyes. This was the place she had to protect no matter what kind of trap she encountered. Even though she had always been defeated, her abdomen had never been injured. At this moment, a woman was undoubtedly soul-stirring. Just this scene alone made Long Chen know that Biyao would never be able to compare to Lingxi. Rest, comprehension, and when Biyao appeared again, she once again used her own hands to welcome the battle. I feel that the sword intent of the mortal world is ordinary. It's a fusion with all things in the world. You can have no sword in your hands, but you must have a sword in your heart. With a sword in your heart, everything can be used as a sword. Even a little bit of air can be condensed into a sword, possessing terrifying killing power. Lingxi found the right direction and experienced the tribulation. At the same time, she also communicated with Long Chen. At the very least, Long Chen also had some insights in this aspect. Through this exchange, both of them could make great progress. Time gradually passed, and Lingxi's injuries gradually decreased. One day, she would be able to rely on her fingers to defeat Biyao. Perhaps that would be the time for her to retire. The God King of Hell came once and told Long Chen that he had already searched the entire world, but there was no trace of the murderer. He told Long Chen to restrain his grief. Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot. I'll have to trouble you, God King. I believe that one day, he'll resurface. If there's a chance, I'll make him regret being born in this world. The God King of Hell saw that Qin Wentian's killing intent was still heavy, and that it was difficult for him to recover from his grief. Don't worry, we'll continue to help you search. Of course, you can't wallow in grief and affect your cultivation. Don't worry. After he left, to the gods, this period of time could be considered to have come to an end. From then on, Long Chen never took a step out of Dragon City. In fact, the gods even gradually forgot about him. Of course, there were many people who knew that Lingxi had been assassinated. In the eyes of the people, Long Chen had completely fallen silent. A genius of a generation had started to hide because of a woman, and the activities of the gods were becoming more and more obvious. This was more and more proof that this was the era of the gods. Of course, because of Lingxi's matter, even after a few months, the 5 dragon cities were still in the range of grief. Now that such a long time has passed, I heard that you have been hiding here to cultivate. I feel that you are quite pitiful. Long Chen didn't really like this guy's character of beating around the bush, so he said, Xing Chen, you didn't come here to pity me. If you have something to say, just say it. I need peace and quiet. Hearing this, Xing Chen chuckled and said, all right, you are frank enough. I indeed didn't come here to pity you. Isn't it just a wife and a child? A woman who isn't even a god, I reckon you wouldn't care too much about it. Maybe all of this was planned by you. He had violated Long Chen's taboo. Although it seemed unintentional, what Xing Chen meant was that Lingxi and her daughter might have been killed by Long Chen himself. In fact, among the gods, this kind of speculation had already spread. Many people even believed it. There was only one reason, and that was Biyao. Everyone would compare Lingxi and Biyao. One was an ordinary woman who wasn't even a god, and the other was the daughter of the divine Emperor Dijun, the #1 god in the primordial era. It was easy to imagine who had a higher status. If there was a choice, any god would choose Biyao. Long Chen was one of the gods. It was obvious that Biyao had feelings for him, so it was very likely that he had made a prompt decision to kill his wife and child, and then fabricate a divine king. Although this kind of behavior was disgusting, cruel, and deserving of disdain, if it was really their turn, they would understand. If he didn't kill his wife and child, how could he continue with Biyao? For a moment, killing intent flashed in Long Chen's heart. To be honest, he also knew about this rumor. In fact, even among the living beings, this matter was being spread. Anyone who was described in such a way would be furious. But in reality, there were still many people who believed in Long Chen. For example, in the immortal god realm, those who knew about the story of Long Chen and Lingxi. Of course, this also meant that there were people who believed in the rumors circulating among the gods. After all, this was the era of the gods. At first, Long Chen was very angry about this kind of terrible slander. He even felt countless venomous eyes scrutinizing him. In many people's hearts, he might have gone from a peerless genius, a savior, to a despicable person. But when he told Ling Shi about this matter, Ling Shi told him not to take it to heart, because the moment she returned, all the rumors would collapse on their own. Long Chen had also thought it through. No matter how unwilling he was in his heart, for the sake of revenge, it was all worth it. So he didn't take it to heart. As a man, his heart was magnanimous. All the evil and crooked paths would naturally give way to him. So he suppressed his killing intent and let Xingchen continue. Seeing that he wasn't angry, Xingchen sneered in his heart. The rumors are true. I underestimated this guy. I didn't expect him to be so cruel and merciless. For a better future, he actually killed his wife and daughter. How ruthless. What are you going to do? When I'm intimate with her, do I need to inform you? After being provoked by this self-righteous guy's words, the demonic fire in Long Chen's heart had long burned to a height of tens of thousands of zhang. Now that he was provoked, he also wanted to let him have a taste of this. Bastard. Xingchen's eyes instantly turned red. This damned native actually dared to look down on him. He originally had no intention of fighting and only wanted to scare Long Chen, to make him realize that he wasn't qualified to be with Biyao. Now, Long Chen directly challenged him to a battle, and his words showed that he didn't put him in his eyes at all. Xingchen felt like there was a volcano hidden in his chest, but it couldn't erupt. Xingchen felt extremely uncomfortable. Before he could reply, Long Chen rushed into the clouds, into the starry sky, far away from the eternal celestial realm, and arrived at a suitable battlefield. Xingchen didn't know that Long Chen didn't want to go against him before. First, he didn't have any feelings for Biyao and didn't want any misunderstandings. Second, he wanted to blend in with the gods and didn't want to attract trouble. But now, things were different. Even if Lingxi didn't die, the hatred in his heart was like a fire. He wouldn't be polite to anyone who dared to offend him. In the future, he might even oppose God Emperor Dijun, so why would he be afraid of a mere starry sky flood dragon? Not wanting to attract trouble didn't mean that he was afraid of trouble. Xingchen was also furious. After being provoked by Long Chen, he had already thrown away his rationality. He saw a dot in the starry sky, and that was Long Chen. At this moment, his eyes were bright red, and his whole body was filled with anger. He stomped his feet, and the entire Crimson Dragon Palace collapsed, causing a huge commotion. At the same time, he roared. Long Chen, you are seeking death. His roar shook the entire dragon celestial realm. Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan protected the massacred dragon city, so the people here were not hurt by this angry roar. But the commotion was too big. Not to mention the human gods, even the demons, the wizard clan, and the other gods heard Xingchen's roar, and all the gods were shocked. Xingchen, Long Chen, what are they doing? They are seeking death. Xingchen wants to kill Long Chen. Not only the gods, but also all the living beings. Over the past few years, they had gotten to know most of the gods, and they naturally knew this proud son of heaven from the demon race. To many people, this god was the greatest yearning in their hearts. He was of noble birth, had a divine king-level elder brother, and cultivated in the law of the galaxy, of course, although there were rumors that Long Chen killed his wife and daughter and fabricated an assassination by a divine king, at least on the Dragon Celestial continent, there were still many people who chose to believe in Long Chen. Back then, Long Chen fought against the primeval troll and sacrificed himself for justice. How heroic was that? Before that, he and Lingxi quelled the war between the four races, and their contributions were enormous. Without Long Chen, there would be no Dragon Celestial continent today. But when these two clashed, everyone couldn't help but think of a certain person. That person was the #1 god in the primordial era, the daughter of Divine Emperor Dijun, Biyao. She was a peerless princess, and according to the rumors, the reason Long Chen killed Lingxi was because he wanted to pursue the daughter of the divine emperor. There were even rumors that the daughter of the divine emperor had given Long Chen a terrifying fortune divine artifact. In that case, it was understandable that Xingchen, who was pursuing Biyao, came to find Long Chen today. To everyone, the fact that Long Chen had made Xingchen so angry meant that the rumors were true, and that Long Chen was really related to Princess Biyao. In that case, the impact would be terrifying. No one was willing to see Long Chen become like this. If he really did it, no one would forgive him, because this matter was really too deranged. Now, all the gods hurried over. Because it was Xingchen's voice, the demon gods didn't stay idle. The eternal god domain was really too small for them. This was a major event that would only happen after a long period of silence. Judging from Xingchen's heart-wrenching voice, he was quite angry. For a moment, all kinds of guesses swept through the world. Some continued to smear the rumors, some were full of doubts. The voices of discussion resounded through the sky. Some were angry for Long Chen, while others were confused by the rumors. They felt extremely pained for him today. In fact, they hoped that Long Chen would come out and say that he wouldn't do such a thing. However, Long Chen was very quiet. Ever since Lingxi's accident, he had almost never appeared. Before the gods arrived, Long Chen and Xingchen were already in a standoff. Below them were all living beings, and around them were gods. Long Chen could hear their voices, but today, he only wanted to do one thing, and that was to beat up the person in front of him. Don't hesitate. Once the gods arrive, we might not be able to fight. Make your move. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to waste any more time. However, Xingchen sneered and said, "What's the hurry? You were the one who invited the battle, so don't be afraid of embarrassing yourself. It's good that everyone is here. She can see with her own eyes who is stronger. Back then, you were able to defeat 3 primordial realm divine lords, so you are indeed very capable. It's said that you even made the storm divine lord suffer a loss, so you must be a little arrogant. Do you have the guts to bet with me? If you lose, you will forever give up on pursuing Biyao." How boring. Fine, but if you lose, kneel on the ground and call me Grandpa 3 times. How about that? Long Chen said. Grandpa. Xingchen was taken aback. He thought that Long Chen's conditions were the same as his, so he wasn't afraid. He was confident in himself. It was impossible for him to be defeated. Therefore, to him, it didn't matter whether he called him Grandpa 3 times or gave up on pursuing Biyao. How obedient. Long Chen sneered. At that moment, the primordial divine dragon's heavenly tribulation source power erupted from his body. He yearned for battle, so at that moment, no one could stop his desire for battle. All the brutal negative emotions in his heart were released. He was like a starving person who was on the verge of starving to death. Xingchen was his delicious food. That majestic desire for battle swept through the starry sky like endless black fog. Even though he was smiling, one could feel that his mouth was wide open, as though he wanted to devour something. He yearned for battle, yearned for slaughter, and yearned for revenge. Xingchen was angered again. He really couldn't stand it anymore. He roared, "Fine, it's a deal. I think everyone heard the promise between us. All the gods are our witnesses. When they arrive, the battle will begin. You will regret your decision today." Long Chen could only say, "Regret my ass." He had never pursued Biyao, so it didn't matter if he lost. If he won, he could vent his anger. He was very grateful to Xingchen for giving him a chance to vent. Last time, he didn't have a good fight with the 3-legged black crow. This time, he would definitely let Xingchen have a good time from head to tail. It was a confrontation between the divine dragon and the serpent dragon. In the blink of an eye, the gods arrived. On the human side, except for the God King of Light and the God King of Hell, everyone was here. On the demon side, the God King of Starry Sky led the way. Even the 8 Magus gods had arrived, surrounding the two of them in the starry sky. Before they arrived, they had already heard the agreement between Long Chen and Xingchen. They were actually fighting for Biyao. It was really childish. However, young people were like this. Hearing the agreement between them, the gods couldn't help but want to laugh. They were curious why Long Chen needed others to kneel on the ground and call him Grandpa 3 times. If Xingchen really lost, it would be fun, because the God King of Starry Sky was here. If his brother called him Grandpa, wouldn't he? Preposterous. The God King of Starry Sky was slightly angry. Xingchen's move was too immature. Even if he won, he would not win Diao's favor. It would only make Biyao hate him. Young people were too impulsive. However, now that things had developed to this point, and all the gods in the world were watching, it seemed even more ridiculous to drag him back now. The God King of Hell was also a little surprised. In his opinion, Long Chen should be very sad because of Lingxi's matter. Today, he actually fought to pursue Biyao. Could it be that Biyao had already made him fall in love with him? Chapter 2660. She appeared beside the God King of Hell. Before she arrived, she had also heard what had happened here. To be honest, she still had to thank Xingchen, because he had created an opportunity for Biyao. This kind of situation would undoubtedly make the gods even more suspicious of her relationship with Long Chen. What she needed was this kind of opportunity that she didn't have to take the initiative to get closer to him, or at least let everyone be ambiguous because of them. Of course, these were all told to her by her mother. She was today's main character. When she arrived here, the gazes of the gods couldn't help but shift from Long Chen to her. Their gazes were ambiguous, and it was obvious that the two of them were fighting here for her. Then, how would she express her opinion? Would she like one of them, or would she hate both of them? The gods really wanted to know her inclination. At this time, Xingchen also saw Biyao. He was waiting for her. When she arrived, Xingchen said, "Biyao, this matter has nothing to do with you. It's me who can't stand him. I can't tolerate this kind of crazy person. That's why I'm fighting with him. Don't interfere." Biyao was happy in her heart, but she had to do her best. She was originally completely biased towards Long Chen, and at this time, she said coldly, "No need to explain to me, you'd better prepare to kneel down and beg for mercy, he won't lose to you." When these words were said, the gods were in an uproar. Obviously, between Xingchen and Long Chen, Biyao was completely biased towards Xingchen, and did not give Xingchen any face at all. Such a move also destroyed the face of the demon clan, causing the smell of gunpowder to ignite between the two clans. Of course, to the gods of the human clan, this was also quite inconceivable. Biyao had previously given Long Chen a peerless dragon blade, and now she was standing on Long Chen's side to belittle Xingchen. Could it be that she had really fallen in love with Long Chen as the rumors said? This was too exaggerated. She was the dignified daughter of the divine emperor. However, at this time, Biyao explained, "Everyone, don't think too much. Long Chen saved my life twice, and is my good friend. As a friend, I am very disgusted with those who deliberately discredit him." To the burning flames of gossip, although Biyao had explained at this time, it still made people unable to help but daydream. Of course, no one thought that they would be compatible. Before the Stardust had even started, he had already suffered a crushing defeat. He reaped what he sowed. So at this moment, the only way for him to regain face was to defeat Long Chen. At the very least, Long Chen would keep his promise and stop pursuing Biyao. If he couldn't get her, then this toad shouldn't even think about getting her. Everyone, please step aside. Today, I hope that everyone can be witnesses. We have already made a bet. Stardust announced in a clear voice. Not only did the gods know about it, but all living beings in the world also knew about it. The deities were rather looking forward to this battle. On one side was a peerless genius born in the dragon sacrificial continent, while on the other side was a well-known figure among the ancient deities. When the gods dispersed, it was time for them to strike. Stardust unceremoniously displayed his strength in front of Long Chen. This starry sky flood dragon was born in the endless starry sky and grew by devouring countless stars. His body was as huge as a galaxy, and he cultivated the primeval grade boundless divine technique Galaxy Emperor's Way eternal divine technique, giving birth to the Galaxy Celestial Emperor's power. Although in terms of boundless divine technique, he was slightly inferior to Long Chen, he was a perfection realm divine lord. His strength was as vast as the starry sky, endless and inexhaustible. In terms of quantity, his strength far surpassed Long Chen, so he might not lose to Long Chen in terms of strength. As for other aspects, Long Chen didn't have an advantage. Now, in the endless starry sky, on the left was Stardust's purple, Galaxy Celestial Emperor, occupying half of the starry sky, while on the right was Long Chen's primordial divine dragon heavenly tribulation origin power. When the two forces collided, endless sparks were born in the starry sky. Million star field. Stardust shouted and stretched out his hand. Instantly, in the endless starry sky, countless specks of light gathered towards his hand. Each speck of light seemed to have countless stars revolving within it, and each star had countless living beings. Millions of specks of light converged to form a purple, translucent spear in Xing Chen's hand. It didn't look like a fortune divine weapon, but more like a beautiful work of art. It looked like it would shatter at the slightest touch, but in reality, it was so hard that it could pierce through the world with ease. Long Chen remembered that he once had a weapon called 3000 Star Field. Of course, it was very simple, and could not be compared to this million star field. Judging from its grade, this million star field should be a creation-level creator artifact. The purple spear, the starry sky divine lord, was truly heroic and extraordinary. All living beings worshipped him. At this time, Long Chen took out the peerless dragon Salyer. It was a simple appearance, but because of its ruthless power, it suppressed the million star field. The peerless dragon Salyer had the same temperament as Long Chen. They were both as cruel and ruthless as hungry wolves, filled with destruction. Ding! The ring on the back of the blade vibrated. A sharp and bloodthirsty bird cry rang out, shaking the world. This was the first battle with Long Chen, and the three-legged black crow was also very excited. Furthermore, it had met a rather challenging opponent. The gods were very curious. What kind of strength did Long Chen have? Even without those two swords, just this peerless dragon Salyer alone, what could he do? In fact, from Xing Chen's point of view, Long Chen did not use two swords. Instead, he used the peerless dragon Salyer, which was a form of flaunting, a form of contempt towards him. They were fighting over Biyao, and this peerless dragon Salyer was given to Long Chen by Biyao. The blade is a good blade, but it's a pity that the person is trash. It's a waste of this blade. Xing Chen shouted, and attacked angrily amidst the discussions of the gods. He had to quickly defeat Long Chen in order to regain his lost face. The battle began. Long Chen held on to the peerless dragon Salyer and placed it in front of his eyes. This blade released a monstrous black ruthless aura that engulfed the heaven and earth, causing him to feel as though he was engulfed in countless demonic mist, faintly discernible. The gods found it hard to believe. He usually looked gentle and refined, but now he was so savage. Could it be that this was his true appearance? If Xing Chen was a fierce tiger, then the current Long Chen was like a hungry wolf. No matter how he looked at it, he was not a match for a fierce tiger, but he still made people pay attention to him. The Emperor's Way of the Star River does not have a spear Dao. With Xing Chen's spear in hand, he was like a starry sky war god as he charged forward. The purple million star field turned into an illusion in his hands. It was extremely fast, and the power of the rules combined with the spear Dao swept through the starry sky. Because they were outside of the eternal life divine realm, this battle was extremely powerful, but at least it would not affect that world. Endless star field. This move contained the way of the spear and the laws of the starry sky. Stardust didn't transform into a demonic beast to fight Long Chen. He had absolute confidence in himself. The power of a perfect realm divine monarch erupted, and the power of the celestial emperor of the galaxy swept out like waves. The spear tip of the million star domains was placed horizontally above Long Chen, and it instantly turned into countless stars. When Long Chen raised his head, he saw that they were countless stars, and they were also countless life-taking powers. Long Chen put down the heavy peerless dragon Salyer, which was still as ferocious as ever. It's time for you to display the power of your peerless blade scripture. The peerless blade scripture was a blade technique hidden within the peerless dragon Salyer, and was most suitable for the use of the peerless dragon Salyer. Long Chen held onto the blade, his heart overflowing with tyranny. He held onto the blade with one hand, and in the eyes of the gods, he rushed into the galaxy. Demon Slayer. This was the first move of the peerless blade scripture. The peerless blade scripture did not have a specific form, it only had the most compatible will with the peerless dragon Salyer. The so-called demon slaying was only the simplest slash, but this slash was able to mobilize all of the creation god power of the peerless dragon Salyer, forming a slash that could destroy the heavens and the earth. From below, the blade shattered the starry sky. Slash. This was the most tyrannical and main attack of the blade. It was different from the sword, which had a variety of attacks. At this moment, Long Chen was undoubtedly fierce and ruthless. Although the Stardust's attack was not bad, it was open and had the dignity of a god, but compared to Long Chen's strength, it seemed to be at a disadvantage. This was the difference between risking his life and fighting. Long Chen's battles were practically all about risking his life. Break. The peerless blade scripture soared to the sky. Following his earth-shattering roar, the peerless dragon Salyer's astral energy soared to the sky, cutting the endless star domain in half. When it collided with the million star domain, it produced a destructive force that shook the surroundings. Long Chen was shaken by the vast star river of heavenly emperor power of the Stardust, and the Stardust was even thrown into the air, almost causing the million star domain in his hands to fall out of his hands. How is this possible? He just took control of this peerless dragon Salyer. How can he release such power? He even managed to cultivate the peerless blade scripture. Although the Stardust was not injured, its first battle had been broken by Long Chen, and its heart was still filled with shock. In fact, all the gods were more or less surprised. They all knew the exact time when Biyao gave Long Chen the peerless dragon Salyer. It had only been a few months, and to be able to match it to such an extent, it was truly a peerless genius. Biyao was also overjoyed. Seeing that Long Chen was able to take out his gift to use, it was also a form of affirmation for himself. In fact, they did not know that Long Chen no longer had the Ling Su dual swords. Otherwise, he would not have wanted this peerless dragon Salyer. This slash was only the beginning. Therefore, he was even faster than the Stardust. When the first slash shattered his attack, Long Chen grabbed with his left hand and activated the chaotic sea of time. The time in the starry sky was under his control, and right now, his strongest move was actually the Tao of time. The deeper he went, the more terrifying the power of time would be. The chaotic sea of time was a terrifying thing to the Stardust. Long Chen had caused his time to become chaotic, and as a result, even if he were to use his spear techniques, he would not be able to do as he wished. He would often be disturbed, and even if he had a huge amount of strength, he would not be able to completely break free from the restraints of time. On the contrary, Long Chen's speed was even more ferocious, and the second slash came. The name of the second slash was even bolder. God Slayer. Demon Slayer, God Slayer. The peerless blade scripture's move was stronger than the last. The second slash was built on the foundation of the first slash, slaying demons and killing gods, advancing forward with indomitable will. God blocking God killing God. The second slash was even fiercer and more ruthless than the first. Just as the Stardust adapted to the disordered time, he saw Long Chen transform into a big black bird, slashing down with the blade in his hand. The blade aura tore through the heaven and earth, and under the influence of the chaotic sea of time, it was either fast or slow, but when he thought that the attack had arrived, it was actually still far away. Break. Another slash broke through the layers of star domain. Absolute star spear. The Stardust's move was similar to the limitless demon. The millions of star domain in his hand turned invisible, and his absolute star spear's attacks were everywhere. Before Long Chen's blade could even hit the Stardust, it had already been pierced by the opponent. Die. The Stardust roared excitedly. He was forcing Long Chen to put down the peerless dragon Salyer. However, he had underestimated Long Chen's willpower. In battle, injuries were certain, especially to Long Chen, who possessed the fire of life. He was bathed in the fire of life, and the peerless dragon Salyer continued to slash down, its power becoming even more ferocious and explosive. Through the saber, Xingqian saw the current Long Chen, cold and bloodthirsty. Long Chen didn't seem like he was exchanging pointers with him. Instead, it seemed like he was his enemy, his prey. Long Chen's cold smile made Xingqian's heart violently tremble. Boom. With a single slash, both the spear and the man were sent flying. Chapter 2661. 2 consecutive slashes, the demon-slaying blade blocked Stardust's attack, and the god-slaying blade directly sent Stardust and his spear flying. It was obvious that he had suffered a huge shock and impact. In terms of power, the million-star field was not inferior to the peerless dragon Salyer, but Long Chen had won in willpower, in the control of the power of time, and even more so in the compatibility between him and the peerless dragon Salyer. With one slash, Stardust lost a lot of face. Although the injury was not serious, and to a god, this kind of injury was nothing, the loss of face was huge. He, a dignified divine lord of the perfection realm, the pride of the demon race, was actually forced to retreat by Long Chen's slash. Moreover, it had not been long since Long Chen obtained the peerless dragon Salyer. For a moment, there was an uproar. 2 consecutive slashes, and in terms of time, it was only a matter of an instant. For Long Chen to be able to gain the upper hand in this instant, it was indeed far beyond everyone's expectations. The gods watched the following development in disbelief. Of course, they knew that Stardust had only looked down on Long Chen at the beginning. After suffering this loss, he should be smarter. At least for now, they had not transformed into their true bodies to fight. The gods were quite willing to see the battle between the starry sky dragon and the divine dragon. Indeed, after being forced back, he immediately became furious. He stretched out his hand, and the million-star field turned into countless stars and returned to his hand. At this moment, his hair was fluttering in the wind, and starlight surged in his eyes, as if there were countless stars exploding in his eyes. His entire body flickered like stars, and the vast universe like astral emperor power in his body erupted. With Stardust's current ability, if he did not have the eternal opal stone, he could destroy the dragon sacrificial continent in one move. The light was boundless, and the million-star field released a dazzling light along with Stardust's roar. Every star released endless power. You have the qualifications to let me, Stardust, fight you with all my might. That roar spread throughout the world, allowing all living beings to hear the commotion here. The scene was too big, as if there was a black sun and many galaxies in the sky. It was impossible for everyone not to notice. This battle also made those who did not know much about gods look forward to it. Listening to Stardust's words, it seemed that Long Chen's performance was not bad. Not only was it not bad, Xingqian's words were just to save some face for him. After boasting like this, it was clear that he only had one chance left. If he didn't suppress Long Chen this time, he would probably lose a lot of confidence, and it might lead to his eventual defeat. He couldn't accept such an outcome. One chance. Xingqian gritted his teeth. This time, he was going to be serious and turn defeat into victory. The million-star domains pierced into the heavens, fusing together with his body. A great snake formed from starlight coiled around his body, shining brilliantly. At this moment, the million starfields were pointing at a galaxy hanging in the sky. It was a galaxy that was quite a distance away from the dragon's sacrificial continent, and there were many stars on it. Seeing this scene, the God King of Hell said, Long Chen is really not bad. He can actually force Xingchen to use this move. I'm afraid this move will directly decide the outcome of the battle. Will Long Chen be in danger? Biyao was shocked. At this moment, after Long Chen used the second slash, he did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he looked at the furious Xingchen with a relaxed expression. From the looks of it, victory or defeat should be within his grasp. Of course, it could also be because he has no other choice and is pretending to be calm. However, I have to say, the peerless dragon salure you gave him is even more suitable for him than his own two swords. The God King of Hell said in shock. The thing that shocked him the most about Long Chen was that Biyao actually made a move against him, and even gave him the peerless dragon salure. This was a problem that he could not understand. After all, Biyao's identity was too noble, and anyone would be envious of her and want to obtain her love. For example, Xingchen. However, no one had ever made Biyao go through so much trouble. He could only sigh at Long Chen's luck. At this moment, the Stardust killing move was completed. The millions of star domains danced in the air, using the power of the rules to affect the galaxy in the sky. After a while, the galaxy in the distance actually began to fluctuate violently, and the countless stars on it began to move and change under the guidance of the rules of the starry sky. In the end, it even headed towards Long Chen. Countless stars attacked. Star River Fall. Stardust held the million-star domain in his hand as he angrily rushed forward and pierced with his spear. It was a simple spear thrust, but it was so different, because behind him, there was a galaxy descending at a terrifying speed. An entire galaxy, countless stars, under the guidance of his million-star domain, descended from the distant starry sky at a terrifying speed. To the living beings on the dragon sacrificial continent, an incomparably gorgeous meteor shower appeared in the sky. It was as if a galaxy had collapsed from the starry sky, bringing about the end of the world. But in reality, that was not the case. The moment those galaxies fell and descended, they were actually fusing together. They were weak, and all of their essences were gradually fusing together. The stars were hard to begin with, and when all of their power and brilliance were condensed together, what appeared was naturally terrifying. This was the greatest lethality of the Stardust technique. What the gods saw was the fall of an entire galaxy. When it landed in front of them, everything had already disappeared. The only thing left behind was a dot of stars. This dot of stars descended on the tip of the million-star domain spear. A galaxy had fused into a dot. It could be seen how terrifying this dot of power was. It could completely penetrate through everything, especially when it attached itself to the million-star domain and became the sharpest part of this fortune divine tool. At this time, Long Chen already felt the most terrifying aspect of this million-star domain. It could simply penetrate through everything. As expected of the Star River Fall. In the face of such a threat, the gods were also trembling with fear, especially those with the strength of Stardust. They admitted that they did not have the ability to block such a fatal blow. Therefore, they couldn't help but feel pity for Long Chen. After all, he had angered Stardust. Now that he had lost, he would have to abide by his promise. If his wife and children were killed by him, then he would have suffered a double loss. After a moment of shock, Long Chen was calmer than anyone else. At this moment, he was holding the large saber with both hands, firmly standing in a horse stance in the starry sky. His eyes were as calm as water, and he was like a completely different person from before. At this moment, his eyes gradually turned illusory, turning into nothingness and emotionless. This was the moment when the power of time was activated. He didn't have much time. In just an instant, the Star River Fall had already fallen in front of him. He simply slashed out with his saber. This slash was different from the previous ones. In terms of power, he estimated that it was stronger than the Demon Slayer and God Slaying. This was because this was the third move of the Peerless Saber scripture, Dragon Slaying. It was also a saber technique that didn't focus on technique, but focused on spirit and willpower. It was also the move that the three-legged Black Shadow was best at. At the moment of release, the three-legged black shadow used all his strength to activate this move together with Long Chen. Of course, Long Chen understood in his heart that the other party had already gone all out. In that case, even the third move of the Peerless Saber scripture might not be able to block it. Therefore, he added the most important but absolutely non-conflicting power to this move. That was time rupture. This move of his had slashed out two types of laws: killing and time. Among them, the power of time rupture caused a certain degree of consumption for him. With a simple slash, the sharpest part of the blade collided with the Stardust's million-star domain that had merged with a star river. This was the century version of a collision. At this moment, something strange happened. From the looks of it, the million-star domain was at least 10 times more powerful than Long Chen's Peerless Saber scripture dragon slaying. After all, in terms of scene, dragon slaying could not compare to demon slaying and god slaying. From the looks of it, Long Chen was bound to lose, and might even be killed. His reaction seemed to be rather slow. But the current situation was, the Stardust and the million-star field were all frozen in place, their faces instantly pale, and Long Chen was indeed sent flying by the huge force. The peerless dragon Salyer flew out of his hands, instantly disappearing into the starry sky. He was shaken, and the dragon scales on his hands were also broken. What happened next was that Long Chen was surrounded by a green flame and quickly recovered. Although he was forced back, he instantly returned, and in the blink of an eye, he was back in front of the Stardust. Stardust's complexion was deathly pale. Although his galaxy fall had defeated Dragon Slayer's move, he also couldn't escape the power of time rupture. At a high degree of consumption, when encountering the dissipation of power, he was instantly exhausted, and it was even difficult for him to move. At this moment, Long Chen rushed over. Whiz! The peerless dragon Salyer that flew out instantly returned, and when Long Chen approached the Stardust, it appeared in his hands, and in the next moment, the peerless dragon Salyer appeared above the Stardust's head. Stop! Swish! A violent gust of wind blew, tearing apart the Stardust's messy hair and sending it flying backwards. The peerless dragon Salyer hissed, revealing a peerless killing intent, lying horizontally on top of the Stardust's head. This was something that Long Chen had deliberately stopped. If it continued to descend, it should be able to cut the Stardust in half. Boom! This was the end. Stardust originally wanted to move, but Long Chen's peerless dragon Salyer had already pressed down on his neck, and used the back of the blade to fiercely slap his head, causing the pale-faced divine monarch to bleed from all 7 orifices. Don't move. If you move again, you'll die. It's over, Stardust. Long Chen stared at the other party's eyes that were filled with realization and said quietly. He had succeeded. With the peerless dragon Salyer, Stardust was no match for him. Although he was still fighting against him in the form of a demon beast, he had already lost. He didn't even have the time to transform into a demon beast. The million-star field in Stardust's hand almost fell out. He felt dizzy, and was unable to accept this fact for a moment. The more he looked at Long Chen, the more furious he became, and at this time, he could not help but raise the million-star field again, and was about to stab towards Long Chen's chest. Long Chen had long noticed his movements, and before the other party could make a move, he had already moved away, and in front of the gods, he said, "You're not a child. What's the point of going back on your word? If you're a man, you have to bear the consequences. Now that you've already lost, don't deny it. Do you still remember your bet?" Perhaps when Long Chen finished speaking, the gods would know that this matter was already over. The citizens were also waiting for the results of their battle. This was a magical era, and they could often see the legendary gods fighting in front of their eyes. Long Chen has won. At this moment it was unknown how many people were dumbfounded. He was always like this, creating miracles again and again. Now that the gods had returned, he was still like a monster, creating many impossible miracles, and this time, he even defeated a divine lord in the consummate realm. For the gods, this result was also a great surprise. Many people's emotions were actually similar to Stardust's. He had lost too quickly, too strangely, and naturally had a lot of unwillingness in his heart. He could not bear the fact that he actually lost in front of the woman he wanted to pursue, to this native that he looked down on at all. Heavens! His battle with Long Chen had already caused Biyao to loathe him. Now that he hadn't even won, and had instead lost to Long Chen, how much would Biyao despise him? How would he ever be able to pursue such a heavenly woman in this lifetime? Especially now that he thought about the previous bet, how terrible it was, how terrible it was. An ominous glint flashed in Xing Chen's eyes. At this time, he had recovered a little. Seeing that Long Chen was almost an arrow at the end of its flight, Xing Chen suddenly went mad. He attacked again and said angrily, "I'm not dead yet. How can the winner be decided?" Chapter 2662. However, he was soon intercepted by a deity. That person stood in front of him, making Xing Chen unable to move. Long Chen took a closer look and saw that it was the God King of the starry skies. He was facing Long Chen, and his eyes were even more abstruse. It was as if the stardust in his eyes was a starry sky, while the God King's eyes were the boundless sea of stars, unfathomably deep. He was the most famous starry skies flood dragon. Pow! At this moment, Xing Chen did not recognize anyone. Just as he was about to cross over to fight Long Chen, he was ruthlessly slapped by Starry Sky God King. Although he had a divine body, half of his face was almost ruined. One could imagine the pain. Starry Sky God King's slap was even more serious than the injury Long Chen had inflicted on Xing Chen. Of course, this made Xing Chen even more confused. The other deities also took a deep breath. They could feel Astral King's anger. "Brother!" Xing Chen immediately cried. This was the most humiliating moment of his life. If he couldn't kill Long Chen right now, he was thinking of suicide. He didn't have the face to live in this world anymore. Being defeated by someone he looked down on was a huge blow. He couldn't accept this fact. Astral King glared at him with iron majesty. As a man, as a deity, you can't even admit defeat. How can you admit anything else? Today, you lost. If you can't even believe this, you are destined to be defeated by others for the rest of your life. If that's the case, I might as well die. Brother, Xing Chen's heart was in great pain. He felt dazzling eyes all around him, making him wish he was dead. He didn't dare to look at Biyao for fear of seeing her look of disdain. Face Biyao. Astral King didn't show any mercy. He pressed down on his head and looked at Biyao. He whispered in his ear, "Tell her that one day, you will win it back. Tell her not to jump to conclusions so quickly. Have you forgotten what I taught you about courage as a man? Today's setback is nothing to you. You can't even acknowledge the strength of your opponent. What else can you do in this life?" Xing Chen swallowed the tears in his eyes. Under the control of the Astral God King, he had no choice but to look at Biyao. At this time, Biyao was too lazy to look at him, and even more so, she did not want to meet his eyes. If it was not out of respect for the Astral God King, she would not be stingy with her disdainful gaze. I will win it back. Wait for me." Under the suppression of the Starry Sky Divine Monarch, Xing Chen's emotions crumbled and he shouted. "Very good. Now it's time to fulfill your bet and fulfill your promise." Starry Sky God King threw him in front of Long Chen. The other gods were shocked. Starry Sky God King was really angry today, but of course, he would not target Long Chen, but his brother. That promise was kneeling in front of Long Chen. "Kneel." Starry Sky God King kicked him twice, making Xing Chen cry out in pain. He knelt in front of Long Chen. His pained, bloody eyes met Long Chen's calm gaze. This young divine beast's eyes were filled with hysteria. Long Chen did not speak, watching Starry Sky God King's performance. "Call him Grandpa." Starry Sky God King glared at Xing Chen. "No, I can't. He is not qualified." He is. Slap. Another slap, deforming Xing Chen's head. Starry Sky God King's tone was calm. He said again, "You can't even accept failure. What's the point of living? Call him Grandpa. Don't make me say it again." Starry Sky God King's ruthlessness had already made all the other gods silent. Even Hell God King shut his mouth and watched his education and performance. Xingchen could not bear the pain. The person he had been unable to resist in his entire life was this big brother. Today, he had lost a lot of courage, and it also made him pile all his hatred on Long Chen. He knew that if he did not do as the Divine King of Starry Sky said, he would definitely be miserable today. If he did as the Divine King of Starry Sky said, it was very likely that one day, the Divine King of Starry Sky would avenge him. "Grandpa." Louder. "Grandpa." In the end, Xing Chen shouted "Grandpa" 3 times at the top of his lungs. Not only did it deafen Long Chen, but it also made everyone laugh. Now, the entire dragon sacrificial continent probably knew about this shameful matter. Remember today's humiliation, remember today's laughter. From now on, you will no longer be the Xing Chen of the past. You will become an avenger. Place your enemy in the highest position. Don't think that today is the end. Today is just the beginning. The higher you place yourself, the more miserable you will be when you fall. Today's lesson will be enough for you to learn for the rest of your life. Vaguely, Xing Chen heard Starry Sky God King's words. This suddenly made him feel enlightened, but also more gloomy. He opened his eyes and looked at Long Chen, who was watching all of this without batting an eyelid, and suddenly grinned. "Goodbye." Xing Chen said this as blood flowed out. "Brothers, we will take our leave first." The deity king of Starry Sky did not look at Long Chen. After bidding farewell to the deity king of Hell, he stopped the stardust and left with the angry godly spirits of the monster clan. Finally, they disappeared from the sight of the human clan. The gods watched them leave and were speechless for a long time. The gods left looked at Long Chen. The result was so clear that no one could say anything. Some were shocked, some were gloating. That was because Long Chen had undoubtedly offended Starry Sky God King. If Xing Chen surpassed him in the future, then Long Chen's fate would undoubtedly be very miserable. Xing Chen was forced to this extent by Starry Sky God King. He would not hate Starry Sky God King, only Long Chen. "Disperse." Hell God King waved his hand. As long as he did not cross the line, it would be beneficial for him to deal with the God King of Hell in the future. Therefore, he couldn't just ignore her. After all, he still had the things that she had given him. If only the plain sword and the spirit sword came back. Just as he was about to say goodbye and go back, Biyao stopped him and said, "What's the hurry? It's not easy for you to come out. In the past, you were in pain in your heart, so I couldn't order you, but now that it's been a long time, don't take advantage of me, you have to listen to me today. I'll take you to a place to relax, I'll give you a surprise. You won't even give me this face, right? Then I have to take back the peerless dragon Salyer. Or let my father break your legs." She was barbaric, but she had quite a character. Long Chen thought for a moment. After all, she couldn't eat him. As long as he insisted on one principle, then there wouldn't be a problem, especially since he had already become enemies with the Starry Sky Divine King. He instructed Xiao Lang and Yen to look after the 5 great dragon cities, then said to Biyao, "Then let's go." Biyao instantly laughed. Her light-colored long hair fluttered in the wind, and her smile was as bright as a sunflower, giving people the feeling of a spring breeze. "At least you're sensible. Otherwise, I'll break your dog leg." Biyao smiled smugly before turning around and twisting her slender waist. Her long dress fluttered in the starry sky, revealing her slender figure. One could vaguely see her perky buttocks sticking out slightly, which was quite enchanting. Especially her identity as the daughter of the supreme ruler of the 10,000 worlds, it made people unable to help but feel envious. Chapter 2663. Long Chen could see the world that Lingxi was in, and Lingxi could also see the world that Long Chen was in. In the battle between Long Chen and Stardust, she had enough confidence in Long Chen. According to Long Chen's character, he would only engage in this battle if he was at least confident. During this period of time, he had completely controlled the three-legged black crow and the peerless dragon slaughtering saber. Subduing this guy, the harvest was huge, and he himself had the conditions to defeat Stardust. After trying it out, the peerless saber scripture was indeed powerful. There was no need to talk about fusing time into the peerless saber scripture. Time was a mysterious power, it could even fuse with all kinds of attacks, which gave Long Chen a lot of inspiration. From the beginning to the end, Lingxi had never been worried about Long Chen. In fact, on the other side, she was also fighting, but her opponent was Lingxi, who was by Long Chen's side. She was not as confident as Long Chen. It could be said that her battle, from the beginning to the end, was thrilling. Long Chen had been using the fire of his life to protect her. It had been a while since she chose to fight against Biyao's mortal sword intent with her bare hands. From being unable to resist, to slightly comprehending, until today, she had already entered a rather crucial period. From Long Chen's observation, her understanding and usage of the mortal sword intent was getting closer and closer to Biyao's. The time they spent fighting was getting longer and longer, and with her finger as a sword, she was actually able to fight against Biyao. She worked very hard, and to Long Chen, her hard work was a reminder of his hatred, making him unable to forget that moment. After being hit by the ascetic fragrance, Lingxi had almost died. Even now, his hatred for the God King of Hell was still burning like fire. It's about time. Lingxi closed her eyes, she was already able to freely deal with the battle. Her fingers were surrounded by sword qi, fighting against Biyao's wooden sword. It was almost no different from Biyao's mortal sword intent. Although it was just a finger, every move was no different from a real sword. One could imagine what kind of power she would have when she held a real sword. The enlightenment of the mortal sword intent caused a huge change in Lingxi's aura. In the past, she looked gentle and weak, but now, she was not. Her entire body was enveloped in an awe-inspiring sword qi, causing people to be intimidated. Her ethereal temperament had been refined by the sword qi, rising to another level, giving her an indescribable beauty. People only dared to look at her from afar, not daring to get close, only daring to admire her, not daring to profane her. Even those spirited eyes hid a strong killing intent. Of course, she would not show this to the person she loved. In front of Long Chen, she was still the same as before. She was just stronger. Not only in appearance, but also in spirit, because the sword will had already fused into her primordial spirit. When I go back, returned the peerless dragon Salyer to her. This woman is too much of an eyesore. I always feel that she has ill intentions. Moreover, making her my enemy here, I feel that it is some sort of reminder for me. Lingxi was jealous as she fought. Long Chen said, "Amen, no problem. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Lingxi pursed her lips and said, "Maybe I'm too sensitive. To be honest, if I think about it carefully, I feel that she is still of some use. Just don't let her become your enemy, or else it will be a big problem for you. If she has any requests, as long as it's not too excessive, just satisfy her a little." Lingxi was not an unreasonable person. She knew that with their current level, they could not offend this little divine emperor. In order to protect the 5 great dragon cities, Mo Shaolang, Soiyan and the others, Long Chen had no choice but to give Biyao face. After all, she did not have any ill intentions from the beginning to the end, and it was probably because he had saved her before that she was grateful to him. Focus a little. I want to see what you will encounter after you comprehend the mortal sword intent. Between Long Chen and her, they were the closest people. Lingxi indeed needed to focus. Her cultivation of the mortal sword intent was nearing the end. At this time, Long Chen was following Biyao around the dragon sacrificial continent. He was silent the whole way. Biyao could not help but turn her head and ask, "It's been so long, are you still not feeling better? Will it kill you to talk to me?" No matter how much time has passed, as long as I don't get my revenge and find the culprit, my heart will definitely not be at peace. This matter will never end. Long Chen's expression was cold. Biyao's eyes flickered. She naturally would not tell Long Chen that the real culprit was her. She sighed helplessly. All right, I understand. It seems like my only way is to wait for my father to return and have him take a look. But since we are good friends, I can't always see you in such a depressed state, losing your direction in life. At least in front of me, can you say a few more words to me? Seeing her sincere expression, Long Chen nodded and asked, Didn't you say you would bring me to an interesting place? Biyao nodded and smiled mysteriously. Actually, we are already here. Long Chen looked around. It was just an ordinary forest with increasingly powerful demonic beasts. The eternal opal had changed a lot, but it did not make this place any more interesting. Biyao's eyes flickered and said, Don't look around, we are here. At this time, she took out a pure white pearl that was surrounded by a purple aura. It was about the size of a fingertip and was very pure. It seemed to be empty inside, but upon a closer look, one could see that there were many lives inside. This was not an ordinary pearl, nor was it a destinable artifact or a primal chaos treasure. However, with a single look, Long Chen could see that this pearl was extraordinary. It should be a mysterious item, but it could not be considered interesting. Upon a closer look, there seemed to be a world inside. And it might be a relatively large world. Biyao said mysteriously, Guess what it is? Long Chen shook her head. She was the daughter of the Divine Emperor, so it was normal for her to take out something so mysterious. Biyao giggled and said, This thing is called the Dream Spirit Pearl. It's not a creation artifact, nor is it a primal chaos treasure. It's actually a world with many interesting things hidden inside. You'll know when I bring you in. What's inside? To be honest, this was given to me by my father when I was young. At that time, he was not by my side and I was very lonely, so he gave this dream pearl to me. For a long time, I lived in this dream pearl. There were many companions that made me happy and brought me a lot of happiness. I saw you frowning every day, so I wanted to make you happy. Then I thought of this dream pearl. Let me tell you, besides me, you are the second person who has the right to enter this place. No one else has this chance. Long Chen was not very interested in this thing. Although she wanted to free himself from pain, her intentions were good, so he could not make her angry or refuse. I promise you will be very surprised when you enter, because this is a wonderful world with many of my friends. Under her control, the Dream Spirit Pearl had already opened a door. Inside is the Dream Spirit Realm. Biyao suddenly grabbed Long Chen's hand and pulled him into the Dream Spirit Realm. Her hand was soft and smooth, but as soon as she entered, she pulled it back. She smiled at Long Chen. I'm just pulling you. Don't try to take advantage of me. Long Chen did not listen to her words, because he had indeed seen many interesting things. After a closer look, this Dream Spirit Realm was really quite big. It was at least half the size of the Eternal God Realm, and its territory was even vaster than the Dragon God Realm. It was a small independent world, and this world existed in the pearl. It was indeed very magical. Moreover, the space inside was quite stable, at least a bit higher level than the Spirit Essence Star Sea. This meant that the Dream Spirit Pearl was definitely not simple. According to what Biyao said, this was a gift from her father to accompany her when she was young. Then it might be a hidden treasure that could release terrifying power at a critical moment. Of course, this was only Long Chen's guess. The second reason he was surprised was that this world was especially beautiful. The Dream Spirit Realm was different from ordinary worlds. It was like a world of dreams. The entire world was light purple, and some trees grew on the ground, some floating in the void, and some in the sky. They were as soft as water plants, emitting a faint light. There were flowers of various sizes and shapes, and a strange fragrance assailed his nostrils. In any case, everything seemed to be outside the rules, like a dream. But the most surprising thing was the creatures here. This is Dream Spirit. They're all my friends. As soon as they entered, Biyao's face was brimming with excitement and a bright smile. Now there were many small creatures surrounding them. On closer look, they were purple creatures with dragonfly wings. They were only about 2 centimeters long, and looked a little like Lingxi, who had hidden in Lingxi's sword. They were not in human form, and their shapes were also different. But they had a pair of bright, big, and cute eyes. Their mouths were bright red as they circled around Biyao, shouting at the same time. "Little princess, you're finally back to see us. We're so happy." Yeah. Why are you so late? You're so annoying. I don't want to play with you anymore. Don't say that. Little princess must be busy cultivating and defeating bad guys. Long Chen took a closer look. These little creatures had no power in them. They might not even be able to pluck a single leaf. They were very pure, but the smiles on their faces were so real that people couldn't help but want to pinch them. Don't worry, everyone. Although I'm late, I've brought a new friend today. Biyao smiled sweetly at Long Chen. Just call him Big Brother Long Chen. He won't hurt you. Suddenly, a dozen small dream spirits surrounded Long Chen, asking him all sorts of questions. There were also quite a few other dream spirits joining in. In a world as big as this, there should be hundreds of millions of dream spirits, or even more. Biyao said, they have no power, and they don't fight. They're naturally kind, and there's no darkness in their hearts. I've been playing here since I was young, so you can't bully them. Right now, she was very different from when they first met. Back then, Long Chen had seen her bad temper with his own eyes. Long Chen pondered for a moment, but he still couldn't figure out what was so strange about this dream spirit. However, it was indeed interesting to have such a group of little things surrounding him and asking about his well-being. Perhaps Biyao had really put in a lot of effort to relieve him of his pain. Chapter 2664. This was a dreamlike world. Biyao was very excited after arriving here. She had forgotten about Long Chen, but Long Chen was also surrounded by many dream spirits. They were very cute, and they kept asking Long Chen questions. They were very curious about Long Chen. Big brother, are you also big sister Biyao's friend? We are too. That means we're friends too. Of course. Big brother, tell us about the interesting things in the outside world. We can't go to the outside world, because once we go there, we will disappear. But our dream spirit realm is big enough, and I've already traveled the entire dream spirit realm. More and more cute dream spirits surrounded Long Chen. This was a very different place from the normal world. It was very mysterious and had no rules. It was hard to tell which side was the sky and which was the earth. At this time, Biyao leaned over and revealed a moving and intelligent smile. How is it? The place I'm introducing is interesting, right? At least it won't be like you, using a strange black dragon to trick me and taking advantage of me. Very interesting. Long Chen looked around. The 10,000 worlds were simply too big, so it was hard to know how many new and interesting things there were in this boundless world. For example, this dream spirit world was a world of its own. Dream spirits were neither humans nor beasts, and had no power. However, they seemed to have eternal life, which was even more mysterious. Although they called Long Chen Big Brother, in terms of time, Long Chen was far behind them. As for the matter of taking advantage of her, he wasn't too interested in mentioning it. Right now, Lingxi was still in that place, and it was also the most critical moment. Long Chen was constantly using the fire of his life to protect her, and his mind was not on Biyao. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to give this guy face, he wouldn't have followed her around blindly. News of their arrival in the dream spirit realm spread like wildfire. As they ventured deeper, more and more dream spirits arrived. Before long, there were hundreds of thousands of little creatures glowing with purple light dancing around the two of them. They were laughing joyfully. They weren't dead, they weren't sad, they were just happy. The atmosphere here was very beautiful. No wonder Di Jun would send these things to accompany Di Yao. It was hard to be in a bad mood when interacting with these dream spirits. For example, at this moment, Di Yao was dancing with the dream spirits. Her beautiful figure danced with the dream spirits, and her melodious laughter spread throughout the dream spirit realm, attracting more dream spirits. At this moment, she seemed to have returned to her childhood. She no longer had a spoiled temperament, only a beautiful smile and a pure temperament. Is this her original appearance? Seeing her so happy, Long Chen felt that he had some prejudice against her. Maybe it was because of the first impression. In his judgment, since she wanted to make him happy and avoid pain because of Lingxi's death, and even gave him the peerless dragon blade, it was also a kind of good intention. In this realm, Biyao could indeed touch the heart of any man. She was like a cold and aloof peony that couldn't be tainted, but people couldn't help but want to touch her. Of course, Long Chen wasn't moved. He only admired the beauty of beauties, but he didn't have the heart to think about it. There were so many beautiful women in the world, and one or two sincere ones were enough. But Biyao did do one thing, and that was to come to the dream spirit realm. Feeling this magical world, Long Chen's mood improved a little. At this time, Biyao stopped and asked, "Why are there only you guys? Where are the other dream spirits?" At this time, the dream spirits stopped and started talking. Tens of thousands of dream spirits talking at once was too noisy, but Long Chen still understood what they were saying. It seemed that something called an evil spirit's heart had appeared in the core of this world, and it was destroying the dream spirit realm. Once it grew to its peak, it could destroy the entire dream spirit realm. The dream spirits didn't seem to be worried, and Biyao walked over to Long Chen and said, "I'm sorry, I wanted to bring you here to relax, but I haven't been here in a long time. I didn't expect something troublesome to happen here, and I have to go take care of it. You're so powerful, so why don't you help me?" Long Chen didn't think too much about it and nodded, "Let's go first." Biyao didn't stop and walked towards the direction of the evil spirit's heart. She said, "You roughly understand by now. Dream spirits are special creatures that can only exist in the dream spirit realm. They are one with this world, and although they don't have any power, they don't have any conflicts. They never have any evil or pain in their hearts, only eternal happiness. They were born together with the dream spirit realm, and have never died. In other words, they are immortal spirits, and their lifespan might even be longer than my father's. It really is a magical place." "What is this evil spirit's heart?" Long Chen asked as he looked ahead. Biyao furrowed her brows and said, "Although they are kind and selfless, there will be a day when they will change. Some dream spirits will experience a sudden change in their long lives. The most obvious change is that their bodies will quickly turn gray, and they will become selfish, bitter, ferocious, robbing, and invading. They will gather together, and when thousands of evil spirits gather together, they will form an evil spirit heart. The more evil spirits there are, the bigger the evil spirit heart will become, and more dream spirits will be attracted to become evil spirits. As time goes on, all dream spirits will become evil spirits, and the evil spirit heart will be infinitely large. In the end, the entire dream spirit world will be destroyed." It was obvious that she didn't want these pure creatures to become selfish and violent, and she didn't want her childhood memories to be damaged. Is there a way to solve this? She didn't seem to have any reason to lie to him, so Long Chen naturally believed her. Although he was still on guard against her, it was normal for him to help out of courtesy and gratitude. Biyao suddenly smiled and said, "Don't be too nervous, I knew you would care." Biyao suddenly smiled, "Don't be too nervous, I knew you would care. You're a good person. Let me tell you the truth, every master of the dream spirit pearl has gotten rid of the evil spirit heart before. I've also formed an evil spirit heart before, but my father helped me get rid of it, so it wasn't difficult. I can deal with it myself now, but every time I get rid of an evil spirit heart, it's equivalent to the death of those dream spirits. If this continues, there will be a day when the dream spirit realm will lose all of its dream spirits, so I'm not used to it. Just watch from the side when that time comes, and help me get rid of some that slipped through the net." so it was just a small matter. Long Chen didn't mind. He was more curious about what the mysterious dream spirits would look like when they gathered together. Actually, I'm thinking too much. There are so many dream spirits, and even if they gather evil spirits' hearts every once in a while, it will be tens of millions of years before all the dream spirits disappear. Who knows if I'll still be alive by then? By the time he said this, they had almost arrived. The reason why there weren't many evil spirits to welcome Biyao was because most of them were around the evil spirit's heart. The dream spirits looked at the center curiously, but they weren't afraid. When they saw Biyao and Long Chen arrive, they scattered. Their previously pure and happy eyes were now filled with pity. Maybe they sympathized with the fate of their converted companions being eliminated. Long Chen stood at the side. In front of him was a huge gray flame that shot into the sky, emitting a monstrous aura. There seemed to be tens of thousands of evil spirits inside. They were incomparably angry, and they kept roaring. Their small bodies released a shocking amount of power. Compared to the weak dream spirits around them, it was like heaven and earth. Biyao landed in front of the evil spirit heart, her hands already holding the 9-star emperor sword that looked like 9 suns. Her expression was pure and holy as she said imposingly, "Everyone, disperse first. I have to get rid of them. Otherwise, you will quickly be assimilated and your world will be destroyed." "Thank you, Princess Biyao." The dream spirits gradually dispersed, giving them a lot of space. "Just stay here and help me get rid of the fish that slipped through the net." Biyao turned around and gave Long Chen a heartfelt smile. This smile was so charming that Long Chen felt a little dazed. He thought that the person in front of him was Ling Shi. He nodded and watched as Biyao dealt with this matter. Biyao had already arrived in front of the evil spirit's heart. After meeting her, the evil spirit's gray flame, which was also the evil spirit's heart, became unprecedentedly angry. Tens of thousands of voices roared and cursed at Biyao, who was trying to destroy them. "We have eternal life, but we live in ignorance. We can only enjoy ourselves for thousands of years, like idiots. This kind of life has no meaning. We want to explore other worlds. We want freedom, we want emotions, and we want to live like you. If we can't obtain all of these things, this world has no meaning. We destroyed all the dream spirits just to free everyone. We are bound to be imprisoned here." The evil spirits' hearts roared madly. "Nonsense. This is a happy world, and you've become corrupted and selfish. You don't deserve to live in this beautiful world." Biyao didn't hold back and attacked. She first used her spatial laws, forbidden space dance. With the 9-star imperial sword in her hand, she danced in the dream spirit world. Under her beautiful dance, the space was sealed, and the green flames quickly stopped moving. The roaring evil spirits maintained their angry expressions, but they couldn't move. Graceful. Chapter 2665. However, the things in the dream spirit realm were not so simple. At the very least, Biyao would not be able to deal with the evil spirit heart in one go. She had already used a relatively high-level attack, but after one attack, she was only able to split the evil spirit heart in half and eliminate the thousands of evil spirits. At this time, many evil spirits had already broken free from the forbidden space dance. Biyao didn't panic. She put away the 9-star emperor sword, reached out, and used space law again. Long Chen saw this. He could tell from the battle between Biyao and Xingchen. In reality, although Biyao and Xingchen were at the same level, the daughter of the God Emperor was much stronger than Xingchen. She had been surrounded by the Black Dragon in the Curse World because her love rival had been careless. When it came to actual combat, in terms of power, she was still rather tyrannical, especially when the Space Rules and Raging Flames rules were combined. She even had a third kind of rule power, but she did not use it often, so Long Chen could not clearly see what kind of power it was. If he fought with her, the chances of him defeating her in a head-on fight wouldn't be high. Long Chen had an accurate feeling that Biyao was a dangerous person. She has the Dijun 3 swords that her father passed to her. She has the Dijun 3 swords that her father passed on to her. It's a super powerful attack that combines the flame law and sword Dao. Stunning Swan is only the first move, and the other two are even stronger. She's also proficient in a variety of space laws. She has great potential, but her mother is very mysterious. I don't know what she passed on to her. The three-legged black crow was now completely on Long Chen's side and took the initiative to analyze Biyao for him. Convergence World. This was the space compression law. The evil spirits that had been trying to escape were locked in a space. Under her control, the world started to shrink. Under the huge power of space compression, many evil spirits were truly crushed. They couldn't escape her control. 9 kills. Without batting an eyelid, Biyao stabbed the 9-star Imperial sword into the Unity Realm and slashed out 9 times. 9 streams of sword chi shot out like raging flames. Each of the three-legged golden crows was formed from hundreds of thousands of blazing sword chi, and they covered the sky and earth, killing most of the evil spirits in the Unity Realm. This time, she used all of her skills and almost only managed to get rid of most of the evil spirits. Fortunately, the evil spirits had gathered together and formed the evil spirit heart. Otherwise, even if Biyao wanted to kill them, it would be quite difficult. This is also one of the 3 swords of Dijun. Of course, the one used by Biyao and the one used by Divine Emperor Dijun. One is in the sky, the other is on the ground. The three-legged black crow said in disdain. By this time, the return to realm had been broken, and the evil spirit hearts had already been taken care of by Biyao. However, upon closer inspection, there were still a few thousand evil spirit hearts that had escaped. If there were more than 1,000, it would be very troublesome. They would reform into evil spirit hearts, which would then entice the other dream spirits to become evil spirits and increase their numbers. In time, there would be tens of thousands of them. Or even more. Stop them. Biyao shouted. At this time, she needed Long Chen's help. Without saying a word, Long Chen took out his peerless dragon salyer. Coincidentally, at this time, a majority of the evil spirits were rushing towards him. His speed was extremely fast, and one after another, the blade aura shot out, accurately killing a majority of the evil spirits. Now that the evil spirits had dispersed, what they needed to do was to quickly finish them off, so Biyao was the same as him, chasing after the evil spirits to kill them. You will never be able to kill us all. We will still continue to increase our numbers. One day, we will rely on ourselves to destroy this world and obtain true freedom. The evil spirits continued to shout at the top of their lungs, making their final struggle. So. Wherever Long Chen's peerless dragon salyer passed, no evil spirits would be able to survive. To him, the few thousand evil spirits that escaped the net were just a small matter. Although there were still some that escaped, there were less than 100 of them in total, so it was not a big deal. Furthermore, the evil spirits were so obvious that if they searched carefully, they would not be able to escape. Biyao could be considered to have displayed her godly might. The scorching aura of her 9-star Emperor sword was even easier to destroy evil spirits. Long Chen only had a hand in the blink of an eye, and did not use much strength. In the blink of an eye, the number of evil spirits in the surroundings had decreased, and this problem could be considered to have been solved. The two of them chased after a portion of the escaping evil spirits and gradually left each other, but the distance was not far. There were only a few left in his field of vision. After killing these few, there are probably only a dozen or so that have escaped. It's no longer a problem. Long Chen thought. Shwa. In the end, there was only one evil spirit left in front of him. The evil spirit looked at him with hatred, causing Long Chen to hesitate a little. However, he also felt that this world should not be destroyed, so he immediately took action and killed the evil spirit, preparing to meet up with Biyao. Right at this moment, when the last evil spirit was turned into ashes, a pink light suddenly appeared. Like a snake, it followed Long Chen's peerless dragon salyer and silently approached Long Chen. Not only did Long Chen not notice such a strange aura, even the attached peerless dragon Salyer did not notice it. The red light's speed was extremely fast. Just as Long Chen was about to keep the peerless dragon Salyer into the divine nations, the pink light had already touched his finger, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Ugh! Long Chen was startled. He could feel that there was a strange thing heading towards the location of his primordial spirit. This feeling was way too familiar. Back then, the worldly desire fragrance had appeared out of nowhere and bewitched him, almost causing him to lose Lingxi. And now, the same feeling had descended upon him once more. How could the evil spirit that had been slain have such an item on it? Of course, the two things seemed to be different. Long Chen was very awake and did not fall into a deep sleep, and the pink light did not attack any part of his body. Get out. He activated the primordial divine dragon's heavenly tribulation origin energy in his body and instantly blocked the path of the pink light. The power of the divine dragon formed an absolute suppression on the light, and at this time, the pink light quickly dissipated under the suppression, disappearing into nothingness. In this myriad worlds, there are indeed countless things that I cannot understand. For example, the primordial immortal spirit that caused me to fall into a deep sleep that day, and the pink light that appeared on this evil spirit's body. Long Chen was still a little shocked. But what he did not expect was that just as he thought the pink light had dissipated, a pink shadow actually appeared in his sea of consciousness, forming the shadow of a pink woman. Just as Long Chen's void universe dragon primordial spirit sensed it, the pink woman let out a seductive laugh, turned into a puff of smoke, and surrounded the void universe dragon primordial spirit. Long Chen, is it done? At this time, Biyao had already dealt with almost all the evil spirits. She smiled casually as she walked towards Long Chen. She had already put away the 9-star Emperor sword, and was completely unguarded as she walked towards Long Chen. Long Chen's back was facing her, and at this time, the dream spirits had already approached. They surrounded Biyao, still very happy and excited. All right. This time, I will accompany you guys a little later. At this time, Biyao was in front of Long Chen. At this time, Long Chen suddenly turned his head, and his eyes had already turned blood red, flashing with incomparable desire. Long Chen, you, Biyao was shocked. Just as she said the third word, Long Chen suddenly raised his peerless dragon blade and slashed down. What he slashed out was not the peerless blade scripture, but the time splitter. Biyao had no way to resist at all. She had just summoned the 9-star Emperor sword, and although it had blocked the peerless dragon blade's divine chi and the attack of the primordial divine dragon's heavenly tribulation origin energy, it could not block the time splitter. 3 breaths of time, lost time. In these 3 breaths of time, she had already lost the majority of her strength. Biyao instantly became alarmed, because she saw Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot. He threw away the exceptional dragon's slaughtering saber and instantly appeared in front of her. His hands pressed down on her shoulders, and with a violent force, he slammed her to the ground like a mountain. He separated her tender legs, pressed down on her hands, and violently pressed down on her body. At this time, Biyao had already recovered from the time splitter. She had lost most of her strength, and under Long Chen's berserk primordial divine dragon's heavenly tribulation origin energy, her hands and feet were bound, and she was unable to struggle for a moment. The Long Chen in front of her was like a violent beast. No matter if it was his eyes or expression, there was only a strong desire. That violent gaze caused Biyao's entire body to tremble, and tears streamed down her face. She couldn't even release her divine power, and was completely frightened by Long Chen. She could only subconsciously struggle, screaming, "Long Chen, what's wrong with you? What are you doing? Don't be like this." Long Chen could hear her words, and could even see her current appearance clearly. He could see her panic and fear, and she should be very afraid of him right now. In reality, his mind was extremely clear, and he clearly knew what was happening. All of his feelings were his own. For example, he could feel the elasticity and softness of Biyao's body. The problem was, it wasn't that he was controlling himself. His void universe dragon primordial spirit was currently surrounded by that pink smoke. That pink smoke was very strange, and seemed to contain the power of laws. It was actually temporarily binding Long Chen, and it was even controlling Long Chen's body. It was unimaginable that a mere evil spirit could have such a thing on its body. Long Chen wanted Biyao to escape, but the problem was that he was trapped, and it was difficult for him to even say a word. All of the dream spirits surrounded them, watching in a daze, not knowing what they were doing. Biyao was once again frightened by Long Chen's passionate gaze. She struggled with all her might, and her divine power finally recovered a bit. She was able to suppress Long Chen, and her hands began to struggle free. Right now, her face was like a pear blossom, and she looked very soft and pitiful. But at this time, Long Chen released one of Biyao's hands, and used his other hand to grab Biyao's clothes. With a forceful tug, the dignified daughter of the God Emperor turned into a delicate Shao by rabbit in front of Long Chen. Her figure was so beautiful that it made one's blood boil. Biyao let out a pitiful cry, momentarily forgetting to resist. Her eyes were filled with grief, and her body trembled as she allowed Long Chen to grab and knead her breasts. All of the dream spirits looked on in a daze, very curious as to what was going on. Long Chen was about to go crazy. If he didn't stop it, he would enter Biyao's body in less than 5 breaths of time. That would be really troublesome. Last time, he had violently collided with her lips, and if he did this, he would really never be able to get rid of this woman for the rest of his life. This kind of thing definitely couldn't be done. Last time, the immaculate dust fragrance was broken by the mysterious dragon jade, but this pink smoke was different. It only confused and manipulated Long Chen, and didn't touch the dragon jade Dao seal. This caused Long Chen's void universe dragon primordial spirit to use all sorts of innate abilities. Although it would definitely be able to dissipate the pink smoke, it would take at least 10 breaths of time. At that time, the rice would be cooked into rice. Although there was no danger to their lives, if it really happened, it would be too terrifying. Biyao's face was completely red, and her body was trembling like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Such a beauty was at his mercy, and no one would be able to resist it. Little she. What gave Long Chen hope was that Lingxi actually succeeded at this time. In the midst of the decisive battle, she suddenly opened her eyes. Riddled with wounds, she finally comprehended the mortal sword will and used her finger as a sword to kill Biyao. She was at the most crucial moment, so she hadn't paid attention to Long Chen for a long time. Now that she had succeeded, she almost fainted from anger. This was something that only she and Long Chen could do, and now Long Chen was almost done. Save me. Long Chen was about to faint from anxiety. How could something like this happen? Although he wasn't in control of his body, his senses had become even more intense. It was precisely because of this that his mind was disturbed, causing him to be unable to concentrate and break through the pink smoke. Lingxi finally understood Long Chen. She had just comprehended the mortal sword will, and she immediately used the threads of 3 lifetimes to stab Long Chen's primordial spirit. It stabbed into the pink smoke, causing the woman to be startled. At this time, Long Chen activated the time storm, instantly controlling the pink smoke. Just as he was about to succeed, he retreated thousands of meters and hurriedly put on his clothes. This level of danger almost scared him to death. To be honest, this was even more terrifying than almost being killed. Even in the face of death, he hadn't felt this weak at the knees. He could only pat his chest in relief. That was close. That was close. The problem was, how would he explain to Biyao that although she wasn't cooked, she was still cooked, and only half cooked? What would others think? Chapter 2666. Even though he was out of danger, Long Chen was still very nervous. He managed to calm himself down with great difficulty. Everything that had happened just now was still fresh in his mind, as if the touch was still on his palm. Up until now, he still didn't understand how the evil spirits could produce such a terrifying thing that could affect him so much that he couldn't even control his own body. If this had happened in the middle of a battle, how terrifying would it have been? What is that? Lingxi was also very confused. Long Chen shook his head in confusion. I was helping Biyao get rid of the evil spirits, but I don't know how these things came about. I'll go take a look. Alright, don't let her misunderstand. Seeing this scene, Lingxi naturally felt a little uncomfortable. However, she understood that Long Chen wasn't at fault here. He was also a victim, so she hoped that Long Chen would be able to resolve this matter. Alright. Long Chen calmed himself down. To be honest, it was easier for him to fight and kill, but it was terrifying to face a woman who was in such a situation. He carefully returned. The dream spirits were still surrounding Biyao. When his gaze passed through the group and landed on Biyao, she had already put on her clothes and was standing in a daze. She probably hadn't woken up from what had just happened. Her head was lowered, and her light blonde hair danced in the wind. It was hard to see her expression, and she was very quiet at the moment. It was hard to tell what she was feeling, but Long Chen knew that she definitely wouldn't treat him the way she used to. The most difficult thing now was how to explain things to her. Just say that I was controlled. Will she believe me? Long Chen was very puzzled. This was the dream spirit realm, and she should know that Di Jun wouldn't harm her, so she probably wouldn't believe him. In any case, he didn't have much confidence in himself. Princess, I want to explain. Long Chen stood in front of her and said softly. He was actually a little nervous. Although Biyao had already put on her clothes, the sense of touch and sight from before still lingered in his eyes. It was hard to forget for a moment, and when he looked at her, he couldn't help but recall her appearance from before. Biyao didn't respond. Long Chen said straightforwardly, please don't mind me. What I did just now was not my own will. I seem to have been controlled. I killed an evil spirit in the end, and a strange thing appeared to control me. Fortunately, nothing happened. Fortunately, I reined in the horse before the cliff. You said nothing happened? Biyao struggled to raise her head. Her light golden eyes were watery as she looked at him. Her body was still trembling. Long Chen said awkwardly, I don't think so. I'm sorry, I didn't do this willingly. But it has already happened. Biyao choked with sobs. Long Chen was speechless for a while. It seemed that in her mind, even if she was still a virgin, he had already touched her, which was a big deal, at least for her. For a moment, Long Chen felt a headache. How should he deal with such a thing? Before he could speak, Biyao pushed him away and said, Go, I want to be alone for a while. You just lost your wife, I won't make things difficult for you, but I don't care what your reasons are. Since you've done such a thing to me, then, if you're not willing to be with me in the future, I might have to kill you. I can't let a man who doesn't take responsibility for me live in this world. I can't. After being pushed by her, Long Chen left the dream spirit's world. The dream spirit's world also disappeared. He didn't know where Biyao had gone. The last sentence made Long Chen even more sluggish. Stay with me for a long time? Isn't it just touching me a few times? That's too much of a joke. Now that Biyao had run away, even if he tried to reason with her, it would be useless. The only thing he could do now was to wait for her to calm down. Maybe she would think it through. Anyway, no matter what, Long Chen would not be with her. At this time, Lingxi was supporting the only remaining meteorite sword, heading in another direction. She didn't know where she was going, but she didn't have the mood to look forward to it. Instead, she was thinking about Long Chen and Biyao. After thinking about it, she said, I think it's a little strange. She is the master of this dream spirit's world, and this dream spirit's world was given to her by her father. Her father definitely wouldn't hurt her, right? Why would such a thing appear in this dream spirit's world? It's completely beyond the level of evil spirits. If it existed, why didn't Di Jun get rid of it? Moreover, Biyao didn't know anything about it. Long Chen's mind was in a mess. He calmed down with great difficulty, thought about it, and asked in disbelief, "Little she, what you mean is that what happened today might have been intentional?" Although Long Chen had to admit that he was indeed very charming, it was absolutely impossible for a daughter of an ancient godly emperor to personally sacrifice herself for him. That was no different from a dream. Moreover, Biyao should have the confidence to do so. As long as she wanted to sacrifice herself, there should be no one in the myriad worlds who would reject her. That's not the case. Anyway, there's something strange about it. From the beginning to the end, Biyao gave me a strange feeling. You don't have to worry about this matter. Go back to the 5 great dragon cities first, and we can carefully analyze it. Long Chen set foot on the road back. In the end, she told me that she would either stay with me forever or kill me. If this is what she planned, the only thing that is hard to explain is why she did it. There shouldn't be anyone in the myriad worlds that would make her so anxious. After all, you haven't been here for long. Long Chen carefully thought about it. When he thought about this, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration, as if he had remembered something, but for a while, he couldn't think of it at all. It is indeed very strange. Maybe we are thinking too much. Maybe she does not understand the dream spirit's realm, or maybe Di Jun does not understand the dream spirit's realm, so. Since she thinks so, she still wants to stay with you for a long time. You will have some conflicts with her later. Although Long Chen had a headache, he wasn't afraid. He said, if she really likes me, she won't harm me. As long as I communicate with her, there shouldn't be a problem. He originally wanted to build a good relationship with Biyao. When the time came, he would avenge Lingxi, so that she would put in some good words for him. But now that things had turned out like this, it could only be considered a matter of fate. By the way, do you know where your next destination is? I don't know, but it should be more interesting. Chen, maybe I can become a god before you. Long Chen smiled. Impossible, I'll be there soon, in a few days. To him, he was getting more and more aware that the great tribulation of gods and demons was approaching. That felt good, right? Humph. Nonsense, not at all. The feeling was far worse than yours. On a distant peak, a golden shadow looked especially beautiful under the light of the setting sun. Biyao sat on the peak, hugging her knees. Tears flowed uncontrollably, covering her beautiful face. She stared blankly at the east. Why are you crying? Although he didn't succeed in the end, the relationship is still established. Your main goal is to form this relationship and make him feel guilty about you. As long as you succeed, it will be natural for you to have sex with him again in the future. The woman said happily. Biyao was stunned. That's not enough. He touched me. I felt it, of course not, but you succeeded. Don't think about these details. What I'm curious about is where did the sword chi that broke me come from? It didn't seem to be his own power. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been unprepared. This wasn't Biyao's concern. She was still immersed in what had just happened. Some of it was an act, but most of it was her true reaction. At that moment, she was indeed afraid and expectant at the same time. She felt weak all over. Long Chen's final retreat made her feel very uncomfortable. Now that I've basically completed this step, what should I do next? The woman thought about it and said, actually, you can use some god king of hell to make him do one more thing. An order-level treasure isn't that easy to get. He'll have to pay a higher price. Then what should I do? Listen to me, then go find the god king of hell. Long Chen had just returned to Massacre Dragon City. Before he could think about what had happened today, the god king of hell suddenly appeared in front of him. This was the person who had a blood feud with him but thought he didn't know. He subconsciously looked fierce, but he was careful and hid it quickly. So it's the God King. That scared me. I was wondering who it was. The God King of Hell's eyes were cold today. After finding Long Chen, he asked, I heard you went out with the princess today. You just came back, right? Long Chen concentrated and asked, it's true. Is there a problem? He had already realized that trouble was coming. The God King of Hell looked at him seriously and said, "Tell me what happened. Don't try to hide it from me. You can't hide it." As expected, Long Chen thought, since he told me this, he probably doesn't know the details. I can make it up. Maybe he just saw that Biyao wasn't in a good state, so he quickly said, "Is Princess Biyao in a bad mood? Maybe it's because I haven't recovered yet and didn't accept her kindness, making her feel uncomfortable." Unexpectedly, the godly King of Hell said angrily, "Things have already reached this stage, yet you still dare to hide it from me." I saw the princess cry. She has never cried in her entire life. You can't escape from this matter. Moreover, I already know what happened. Chapter 2667. What exactly did he know? Long Chen shut his mouth and looked at the god he wanted to kill the most. That day of danger, when he left, he would never be able to forget that scene for the rest of his life. If it wasn't for the fact that he had matured a lot, he might not be able to hold it in anymore. After all, he had almost killed Lingxi, the most important person in Long Chen's life. Seeing that he was silent, the God King of Hell said, "I'm sure you can tell that it might be because of what happened in the curse world, or it might be because of something else. The princess should like you now. You should also be able to tell this. Right now, the whole world is talking about the matter between you and her. It definitely isn't groundless." Although Lingxi had said it before, Long Chen still wasn't mentally prepared. If she really liked him, it wouldn't be that easy, right? He kept feeling that he hadn't done anything at all. Speaking up to hear, the godly King of Hell patted Long Chen's shoulder and said earnestly, "Everything I've said today is for your own good. I want you to look further ahead and not be too stubborn. Although she has just passed away and it's a little inappropriate right now, and you might not be mentally prepared, what's gone is gone. Such a good opportunity, such a good woman, you only have one chance in this lifetime. As your seniors, we can't even be more envious of you. Long Chen, you've returned to the dragon sacrificial continent for so long, but have I ever harmed you?" The last question made Long Chen's heart surge with killing intent. "Of course," he said, "God King has taken care of me, of course, you wouldn't harm me." "That's right. To be honest, this is a great thing. I'm proud of you. No man would reject a woman with such a high status. I believe you wouldn't either. Of course, you are a special case, so I can understand. I just hope you don't miss this great opportunity and bring a fatal disaster upon yourself. At that time, I won't be able to protect you." The God King of Hell didn't know what happened in the dream pearl. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this level of conversation. Obviously, he could either accept Biyao or die. "God King, please give me a few days to consider. Also, please send my regards to the princess." Long Chen said. "Sure." The God King of Hell patted his shoulder again and said as an elder, "The opportunity is fleeting. Becoming the God King's son-in-law, you are destined to achieve meteoric success and dominate the world. This is the ultimate wish and extravagant hope of countless deities in the myriad worlds. I'm so envious of you. Don't let go of this great opportunity." As he spoke, he laughed and disappeared in the blink of an eye from Long Chen's sight, returning to his infernal god city. Looking at the direction in which the God King of Hell left, Long Chen clenched his fists. He calculated for a moment and thought, "My path to godhood is destined to be shorter and faster than these deities. Just wait and see, it won't be long before you pay the price. I really look forward to seeing your attitude and expression when that time comes." Whether it was the God King of Hell or the deities of ancient times, Long Chen didn't have the slightest bit of respect in his heart. He only had the desire to overthrow them and kill them. Now, there were many people who were bewitched by rumors, but Long Chen wasn't in a hurry. Those with a strong heart would have to endure the loneliness and give their opponents a fatal blow at the most crucial moment. He and Lingxi conversed. "What do you plan to do?" Lingxi asked with concern. She understood Long Chen and knew that he naturally wouldn't give up on her to ask for Biyao. After so many years together, there was enough trust between them. Long Chen said, "Looks like I can't drag it on any longer. Since I've confirmed her feelings, I have to make it clear to her as soon as possible. Of course, I have to use a tactful method to end this matter, but I can't let her have any killing intent towards me. Although I don't know why she likes me, since she likes me, there has to be a reason. She won't harm me, right? I think Biyao. If she can't get you, she'll probably destroy you," Lingxi suddenly said. Long Chen thought for a moment. Lingxi's words made sense. But no matter what, he had to go find her. Biyao's current palace was actually near the Hell God City. The Hell God King also shouldered the responsibility and mission of protecting her. Long Chen didn't think too much about it. After informing Imo Xiaolang, he headed for the Devouring Dragon City. He didn't tell them in detail about this matter. After all, it was a matter of love. It wouldn't be good if word got out. The path to godhood. If I can become a god, from the primordial realm to the perfected realm, and then to the ultimate realm that Xiao Lang is in now, it will probably be much easier. The most important thing now is to become a god. After that, I won't have to fear so many things. The gods had returned. These ancestors had returned to dominate this world. Long Chen had become a bystander. They had changed this era and suppressed Long Chen. In the beginning, Long Chen had respected them. But now, be it his intuition or what had happened, it made Long Chen have the will to resist. It was the birth of this will that determined his path to godhood. He set off from the Devouring Dragon City and headed for Diyao's palace. He pondered for a moment. If Biyao really liked him, she should be able to help him. If that didn't work, he could delay it for a while. He already knew that if he offended this princess, he would be in big trouble. Now, trouble had indeed come. Diyao's palace was on the south side of the Hell God City. Long Chen didn't go there. Instead, he headed straight for Diyao's palace. The eternal opal above his head burst out with divine light that illuminated the world. Under the nourishment of the eternal opal's light, Long Chen's cultivation speed surged. He felt that he was gradually approaching a limit. I'm actually approaching the great God Fiend tribulation now. After waiting so long, he never expected that there would be signs of the great God Fiend tribulation right in front of Diyao's palace. He just didn't know how long it would take for this to develop into reality. To become a real god. Although in the eyes of the deities, he was already a real deity and could even defeat a Sur-God in the Great Perfection realm, he really hadn't reached the level of a real deity. Most importantly, after becoming a deity, he could go to the Origin Dragon Palace and become a real dragon. The moment had finally arrived. The final Great God Fiend tribulation would definitely be terrifying. Long Chen stopped in his tracks and stood in place, trying to grasp that mysterious feeling. But at this moment, he was forcefully interrupted. Suddenly, a godly spirit rushed over from afar and rushed in front of him. This was a skinny godly spirit with an incomparably withered face. He was all skin and bones, and his eye sockets were sunken in. There was not much flesh on his body, and his eyes were dim yellow as if there was a river flowing in them. Although he was skinny, he was wearing a grayish-yellow robe that looked extremely shabby. This was the god that Long Chen had never seen before. It was because his power was the power of death, negative power and dark power. However, it was undeniable that this god was one of the gods that Long Chen was wary of. It was because he was one of the few ultimate god emperors that had returned. God Emperor Yellow Spring. One of the ancestors of the dragon sacrificial continent. His strength could almost be ranked top 5 among the returned gods. He was one of the first batch of people below the 2 god kings. It was said that his personality was just like the Yellow Spring rule that he cultivated, cold, evil, and cruel. It was no different from primeval troll. Legend had it that the Yellow Spring Divine Lord had another name, which was Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. Among the 72 gods, he was a figure who was even more terrifying than the god kings. This was because most of the god kings were righteous, but old ancestor Yellow Spring was the only one who killed people without being punished. Now, this legendary figure was standing in front of him. He widened his grayish-yellow eyes and said with a sharp voice, "Long Chen, why aren't you mourning your deceased wife and daughter in the 5 dragon cities? What are you doing in my territory?" Long Chen was feeling the arrival of the great tribulation of gods and demons. Of course, he was a little annoyed when he was interrupted. He said, "I'm looking for Princess Biyao. I'm just passing by. There's no rule that says this is your territory. I can't even pass by. Looking for Princess Biyao? TSK, you're really as ruthless as the rumors say. In order to get close to Princess Biyao, you even killed your own wife and daughter. You're even more ruthless than me, Divine Lord Netherworld. I admire you. Alright, in order not to offend the future son-in-law, please swagger over from my territory." Although he had heard this many times, it still made him uncomfortable. However, this was a crucial moment. Long Chen had to close his eyes and feel the signs of the great tribulation of gods and demons. It was like a reminder to Long Chen. It was possible that Long Chen would know when the great tribulation of gods and demons would descend upon him. "I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Hurry up and go. Aren't you a toad lusting for swan meat? It's okay. There are many people like you. I'm used to it. I just want to see how long you can be arrogant. I'm really curious." God Emperor Yellow Spring sneered and stared at Long Chen. Long Chen still didn't move. "What are you doing here? Are you stupid?" God Emperor Yellow Spring was slightly angry when he saw Long Chen ignoring him. He waved his hand and a whirlwind attacked Long Chen. When his whirlwind hit Long Chen, it was suddenly shaken back. At this moment, the sky suddenly exploded. Chapter 2668. What the hell? Yellow Spring's divine sovereign was naturally suspicious and retreated a few dozen steps. But as he did so, a huge change occurred. Long Chen had seen Mo Xiaolang's tribulation, seen the Black World Tree, and seen the torrent of laws, so he roughly knew what was going to happen. Now, he was fairly certain that the great fiend god tribulation he had been waiting for had finally arrived. He had been waiting for this moment for far too long. To be honest, the gods had returned, especially the Hell God King who had secretly attacked Lingxi and almost killed Lingxi. He needed more strength than when he fought the primeval troll. Although he could fight a perfect divine sovereign now, it was far from enough. He wanted to surpass the Hell God King, surpass the War Demon, and Wu Demon of the past. Even the Hell God King was a figure who could shake the myriad worlds. He was now Long Chen's target. And the great fiend god tribulation was Long Chen's first step. He had never been afraid of the ancient gods. He had even defeated the epic heavenly demon. Why would he be afraid of the ancient gods? Why would he be afraid of the Hell deity kings? They were only in their peak condition. But Long Chen had inherited the blood essence of the 4 ancestral dragons. It was just that he hadn't been able to fully unleash this power. He hadn't even become a true dragon yet. Rumble. A huge commotion. Such a great divinity devil tribulation was very likely to be a fatal crisis. Long Chen didn't say anything and rushed into the starry skies from the eternal god domain. He was naturally worried that while he was crossing the great divinity devil tribulation, he would accidentally destroy the eternal god domain and bring harm to all life in it. He turned into a beam of crimson light, passed the eternal bright stone, and headed further away. He had to be far away from the Dragonrite continent before he could feel more at ease. This is the great fiend god tribulation. Yellow Spring's divine sovereign was dumbfounded. Old ancestor Yellow Springs, who had been alive for tens of millions of years, was stunned. He naturally remembered that Long Chen had defeated Stardust, the perfect grand essence divine realm's starry sky serpent. In the eyes of the gods, there was something strange about Long Chen. The most obvious thing about him was that he had the immense power of a true god. It was just that his heart of laws had not been formed yet, but everyone thought that he had already become a god. It was just that he had not become a complete god, and there were some deformities. This was also the reason why the gods sometimes looked down on him. But in fact, no one had ever thought that he had not actually passed the great tribulation of gods and demons. He was not a person who had not completely become a god. Instead, he had not become a god at all, but he had divine power. Furthermore, he could already defeat people at the level of a perfect god. Such a thing had never happened in the entire myriad worlds. Therefore, to the gods, the appearance of such a miracle was simply unimaginable. In fact, the Hell God King wasn't far away. Sensing the commotion, he instantly appeared in front of the Yellow Springs God Monarch and asked, "What happened?" Yellow Springs Divine Lord said in a daze, "It seems like this Long Chen hasn't transcended the great God Fiend tribulation. He hasn't truly become a god. Under such circumstances, how can he possess such massive amounts of divine origin power? I previously believed that he had long transcended the great God Fiend tribulation. Furthermore, his abilities have a portion of the nomological powers in them." The great God Fiend tribulation, huh? The Hell God King narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he had already rushed into the distant starry sky. Without another word, the Hell God King followed. A few other gods were alarmed and came over. They also rushed into the starry sky with the Hell God King to see what Long Chen was up to. In other words, if he had the divine power of a perfect god before transcending the great God Fiend tribulation, he would be even stronger after transcending it. I never expected that he would still have room for improvement. Even if we were in seclusion for 1,000,000 years, we probably wouldn't have made such great progress. It's a pity that there's only one chance to transcend the great God Fiend tribulation. As the commotion grew, more and more gods surrounded them. Among the crowd, a rather rare radiant God King appeared. He stood alone in another part of the starry sky with a deep gaze. Everyone knew that Long Chen hadn't completely become a god, but they didn't know that he hadn't even transcended the great God Fiend tribulation. This meant that if he could transcend the great God Fiend tribulation, his strength would skyrocket. The cultivation of gods was extremely long. Most gods would never be able to break through their current realm after reaching a certain peak. For example, the Hell God King was a primordial God King. However, he hadn't made any progress in this realm for tens of millions of years. This was his limit. If not for a terrifying fortuitous encounter, he wouldn't be able to make any progress no matter how much he cultivated in this lifetime. Therefore, to them, they spent more energy on comprehending the laws. 72 gods were basically the limit. Human gods still had more. If it was a divine beast of the demon race, it was more certain what realm they would reach. Every living being had their own shackles. Even god kings had their own limits. For example, Di Jun's highest life providence was God King. It wasn't possible for him to go any further. Of course, God Kings were already dominating the myriad of worlds. As for young people like Long Chen and Biyao, there was still a lot of room for improvement. Now, it wasn't certain where their cultivation would stop at. This would depend on their talent and life providence. Biyao naturally had a boundless future. As the daughter of 2 God Kings, there was a huge possibility that she would become the new God King. Long Chen was born in the Draconic Sacrifice continent. His birth was too low. The reason why the gods couldn't overestimate him was that his life providence might skyrocket in the early stages. However, his life providence wouldn't be that high in the later stages. In history, there were many people who directly soared to the monarch god realm and then stopped. They didn't make any progress for tens of millions of years. This was normal. Many things were determined by bloodline and life providence. However, today, they found that Long Chen hadn't transcended the great God Fiend tribulation. Therefore, it was hard not to be shocked. This meant that there was a certain possibility that the peak determined by Long Chen's life providence and bloodline wouldn't be as low as they thought. Now, the human gods of the Draconic Sacrifice continent had basically all descended. They looked at Long Chen in shock. In fact, the monster race gods were also paying attention to this matter. It was just that they didn't look up. God King, this Long Chen hasn't transcended the great god fiend tribulation yet, and he's already at this level. Once he does, what do you think his level will be? Yellow Spring's divine sovereign was the first divine sovereign under the Hell God King. The laws he cultivated belonged to the Hell God King's hell laws. He was the leader of everything. The Hell God King stared at Long Chen. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Maybe he can fight against you, a final divine sovereign. But maybe he'll die. His great god fiend tribulation is very strong. How can he fight against me? Yellow Spring's divine sovereign laughed. A guy who just became a god. If he can defeat a final divine sovereign, how laughable would that be? How heaven-defying would that be? Let me calculate. Isn't that the same as directly crossing 5 levels? In the entire myriad of worlds, even Princess Biyao with 2 god kings doesn't have this ability. Yes, he's just a native of the draconic sacrifice continent. How can he? The gods couldn't believe it. The Hell God King didn't say anything else. He was looking forward to what would happen next. What kind of surprises could this Long Chen bring to him? At this time, Biyao came to his side. Her expression was cold. The gods didn't dare to get close. But even so, it couldn't hide her soul-stirring beauty. Her red lips curled up arrogantly. Her cold eyes looked around. The gods couldn't help but lower their heads. They didn't dare to provoke this girl. Princess. The Hell God King stood beside her. Can you pass this tribulation? Biyao asked. Although it was obvious that she had recovered from the incident in the dream spirit world, there were still traces of tears in her eyes. I think so. Otherwise, how can he be worthy of you? The Hell God King laughed softly. So, from now on, he will be stronger than me. Biyao stared at Long Chen. At this time, the huge world tree was beginning to take shape. The Hell God King said, Princess, you have many trump cards, so that's not necessarily the case. Especially, if you use the 3rd law, I'm afraid none of the divine monarchs will be your match. I've heard that the God King's law is powerful. Biyao shook her head, you don't understand. In order to truly activate that law energy, I would need a huge amount of stimulation. Only then would I be able to enter that path. So, what you are saying is that if it wasn't for the immense pain I suffered, I wouldn't be his opponent, right? She seemed to be very concerned about this. Because the best way to plant a seed of love was to kill the other party. This was what she told him every day. Hell God King narrowed his eyes and said, Don't worry, Princess. If you don't use the 3rd law and want to see if he's a match for you, you can let Yellow Spring's immortal monarch fight. If he can defeat Yellow Spring's immortal monarch. Biyao thought for a while and said, Okay, the Yellow Spring's divine monarch is the strongest expert under your command. He's much stronger than me. But he can't hurt Long Chen. Otherwise, I'll make you pay him back tenfold. The Hell God King was shocked. He knew that Biyao was serious. He was in a daze. Things had already developed to this point. Why did Biyao like Long Chen so much? In other words, he didn't understand what attracted Biyao to Long Chen. While they were discussing, the great tribulation of gods and devils finally began. With a rumbling sound, the white world tree took shape in front of everyone's shocked eyes. It was a vast and gigantic world tree. Long Chen had clearly arrived in the distant starry sky, but this gigantic world tree still extended downwards. In the end, the roots of the world tree were planted in the entire eternal divine domain. It was as if this gigantic world tree had grown out of the vast territory of the eternal divine domain. To the people in the eternal God domain, they were surrounded by a snow-white light. This warm light made them feel very comfortable. It even made their cultivation base grow. What was even more invisible was that this snow-white light formed countless thin threads that wrapped around their bodies. From afar, the world tree was rooted in the eternal God domain. The countless snow-white roots even passed through the eternal god domain and swayed under the eternal god domain.